Fajdo. No co jest fajdo? No co? Fajdo. No co? No co? Fajdo. No co? Right. Fajdo. No co? Fajdo. Co się dzieje?
fighter.
Finesse and grace.
Chroma is flowing.
Hello, screen watcher. How are you? We're doing a during the day stream because I haven't covered all the political
Stuff.
topics that I wanted to cover during the night, and I want to do some gaming, and also I'm still gathering money for Ukraine, which I will be going to very soon, and I'll be doing a lot more different things than I usually do. Traveling a lot more, which means that I need more funds, unfortunately. But, you know, it is what it is. I'm also going to publish some sort of like a, I don't like the word, but blueprint of what I want to do with the work that I do over there.
I'm ready.
I feel like maybe it'll show to people that I actually do something there and translate into some form of physical thing that I can show. Physical digital. Does that make sense? You can hear me through the game, right? Is my audio okay?
Careful now.
I'm better.
You were better for a moment. Not anymore. The audio good. The donate bar reset? No. No, it's $15. It's still at $15, so it did not reset. Last night I think I got $15. Why? Oh wow, I fell. How do I go back up? So yes.
Not looking good.
Oh! Yeah, that reset. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your donation. Indeed, yes. That one don't. That one. I think I don't know how often it resets. I think every couple days it resets. Yes, indeed. Thank you very much for that donation. Electrify or Iceland's.
Ice. Shatter.
Oh, it's a weakness.
Ready to strike.
Mm-hmm.
Target marked.
Dodge. Not looking
Those
good.
pesky enemies started having 4 hits.
Precision.
Well, that will help.
Oh. That is kinda useful. That is kinda good. Oh, only one left. Only one super healing item left. That's not super good. That is not a super good omen. Let me see if there's anybody watching on Twitch. Where's the... There you go. No Twitch. Alright, how are you, by the way? I haven't asked yet. How are you today? Are you well? I've been doing some work. And then... I'm alright? That's good. I have to make a segment of the talk with Karasu Kafka. I'm going to talk about Hungary again today. A little bit, but don't worry. We're going to be talking about a whole bunch of stuff. I think Poland, some Polish politics based on a Polish article. Seems like the Polish coalition is... The Polish ruling coalition is in trouble. Truly, the presidential election was a turning point when it comes to politics. But, you know, it happens.
Nice.
Indeed. I should upgrade some weapons. I've got quite a lot of those items. I can upgrade my weapons to level 19. We going? I need to defeat some, technically speaking, unbeatable enemy in order to gain a lot of...
This place is huge.
Thank Expedition 67 for destroying a lot of the walls to get further. Couldn't progress without that.
Feels like home.
It's an RPG. Basically, expedition, the world is dying. There are expeditions that go and try to prevent it. And you're one of those expeditions. Number 33. Number 33 because there is this character called the Paintress that eliminates all people every year of a certain age. And every year the number goes down. And the age is 33 now. So, hence Expedition 33 of the year where all 33-year-olds die. Fading man. As I get older, I wonder, can you even truly know someone else? Then again, how many truly know themselves? A lucky few, perhaps. It is a blessing to understand your darkest nature. Of course, or a curse to which we turn a blind eye. We lie to ourselves all the time, don't we? About things we'd rather not admit or confront. About ourselves. About each other. Then there are the things we genuinely don't see. Isn't that human nature? I wonder. I have nothing but time these days to wonder. What I missed that might have changed things. What is it that I didn't see? That I couldn't make myself see? It sounds like you have many regrets. When did she start pulling away? The man has gone silent. Oh, nice. Yeah, a lot of interesting conversation. Indeed. How are you? I'm okay. I am mostly okay. Trying to do as much as I can. Where are we? Oh. We're back in that room. I assume this house has burned at some point. She has the face of that girl. Is there nothing here? Is there absolutely nothing here? Wonder if this game has New Game Plus. Or is that not a thing? Wonder if this game has more than one ending, in fact.
Oh, lovely.
Pretty lovely indeed. Let me see. Good, Fido? Fido's gonna miss me when I go to Ukraine again. Anything you want to chat about? Oh yeah. Politics. I mean, I'm gonna be talking about LGBT, the bill, about parents being able to opt their children out of classes where there are LGBT books. I'm gonna be talking about that.
The storm is coming.
I'm gonna be talking about Poland. I'm gonna be talking about Ukraine. I'm gonna be talking about all the topics that I sort of wanted to do last night. Like Palestinian activists, pro-Palestine activists, attacking a shipment of weapons that was prepared for Ukraine because they thought it was being prepared for Israel.
Merci.
Are you waiting for others? Oh no, first we're doing gaming. I also plan to do gaming, so it's like a mixed stream. But technically speaking, I'm always waiting for more people to come watch, if that makes sense. That sounds bad. Yeah, it's pretty bad. We're gonna discuss it. There's a lot of things. Maybe I'll watch a tipster video because apparently it's pretty good about trans issues. So there are quite a lot of topics that I want to cover. And then I'm gonna script write, I guess. That's after stream. And then of course, yeah, I have to prepare a few things. I have to prepare for a seminar. That's a whole thing as well. Because you probably are familiar with the Fighting Against Empire initiative. I'm part of it. So I have to prepare. Maybe I'll do something on Sunday about it. Around it. But that is all going to be... There's a lot. Let's just say there's a lot. It's okay to say, right? There's a lot.
Nice.
Nice. True. Nice indeed. What an interesting location. Look at all those cool enemies. You're very busy? I try to be.
A storm is coming.
Ice lands.
Thunder.
Speaking of, I have to take my estrogen. Okay, ready. I'll try.
Careful, my arm. I'm ready.
I tried. I did my best to dodge.
Ready to evade.
Okay.
Romance flowing. Okay. Danger!
Huh.
Careful, Russell.
Luna,
Ready to evade.
I was ready to parry it.
you're outmatched.
You won't disappoint. Flames. On me.
So much HP.
Careful, Russell. Ready to evade.
Alright.
Careful, my arm. I'm ready. Brace yourself. That hurts.
On guard.
Mm, alright.
Let's start. Ready to pass.
Take cover. Brace yourself.
Look at this. We're doing perfect parrying.
Ready to evade.
Alright. We did it. We perfectly
Romance
evaded.
flowing.
Okay, I'm doing it too early.
Parry it.
This reminds me when I used to watch my siblings play Final Fantasy. Yeah? That must give you a rush of nostalgia.
I'm ready.
This is indeed the Final Fantasy that Square Enix will never want to give us, by the way. Uh-oh.
That hurts.
This really feels like the Final Fantasy that Square Enix will not give us. Because they say it's impossible.
Great.
And then a little French studio did it. Because impossible is nothing. Or an excuse, usually. Pick one. How so? How is it an excuse, or how is impossible nothing? Well, they said that it's impossible to make a turn-based RPG Final Fantasy with modern graphics and etc. Well, this game proves Square Enix completely incorrect, so... Also, they said that nobody would be interested in a turn-based game, so that's... embarrassing. For Square Enix.
Not looking good.
Not looking good. Feel the burn.
Let's carve a path.
Parry it! Finesse and grace.
I've lived through worse.
Oh my god.
Just try it. Here we go.
Huh.
Oh well.
That's right. Oh my god. Uh-oh. Yeah, I know, right?
Oh really? What lovely feet.
Yeah.
That's more like it.
Uh-oh.
From the bitter dregs.
That's not good. We're not doing the best against the mime. To be fair, the mime is a very optional thing, so...
It likes you.
Uh-oh, I died.
The fun begins.
Expedition failed. Shall we try the mime again? The hammer is rough. It is a bit rough. But if I learn to dodge it or parry it correctly, then it's actually not that bad. If only we could... Oh yeah, I forgot. Forgot I learned the resurrection spell. If only there was a campfire. Or I could use a campfire. The mime is here. Somewhere in the... There we go, campfire. We're gonna rest. Ooh. learn some skills. Okay, what skills can you learn, Virgo? Defiant strike. That's what is the strategy? To avoid the slashes of the enemy. Dodge. Okay, we're gonna dodge him. You do anything fun lately? I've been reading stuff and working. That's fun. That's always fun, isn't it?
Ready to parry.
Wow.
I'm better.
I'm definitely not ready to parry.
Let's carve a path. I'll use your
Oh wait, no, I met my best friend. We had a picnic, that was fun.
Brace yourselves.
Oh yes. That's fun. I haven't had a picnic before. Oh, it's very nice. Good weather. Pretty nice weather. We avoided the rain.
A storm is coming.
Get ready. Let's carve a path.
Oh my god.
Let's push forward.
Rebirth.
A brilliant life.
Reborn once more.
Let's dance.
Oh my god.
Let's carve a path.
I suck at this, don't I?
would have lived.
Ready to evade.
Oh my god. No, I'm worse. I doubt it.
I won't
think you're
waste
better.
this. Let us stay.
I think you're just being nice.
Well, thanks.
But thank you.
Hit big.
I've lived through worse. Here we go.
Careful, Verso.
Considerable quick time events. If Mario Party is any indicator. I'm not sure. Maybe. That's Fury.
Let us stain. Danger!
Last ditch effort.
Merci.
Let the ink flow.
Oh my god.
I've lived through worse.
This is gonna be painful, isn't it?
Luna, careful.
Oh, the timing for this. I'm slowly learning. I don't think I have any. Nope,
I'll manage.
not anymore.
I'll use your fire.
Okay. Yeah, I cannot revive anymore. Oh well.
The dance begins.
That was a good dodge. Thank you. It was good until it wasn't. But I'll learn. Eventually, everybody does.
Blade cut through the flame. On me.
Too early. We have to dodge everything it seems. Yeah. Or most. Everything or most. I should do my best to...
Your turn to shine.
Because as you can see, one hit and I'm dead. Hello, Edith. We're doing some gaming for a start. And then, you know. politics, some more gaming, and then I prepare to leave. And then also I have to prepare the history thing. It's a lot. No sleep for me. Sleepers for the weak.
Time to bleed. What lovely feet.
Excellent.
My, what lovely feet.
That was good. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Wow. Seems like I've learned to dodge both the attacks. If only I had a full party, huh? If only. Wouldn't that be cool, huh? My goodness. Huh.
That's more like it.
Yeah. We're doing good so far. Oh, we were doing good. We were doing pretty good. Yeah, I know. Things are tough. Well, flipping was inevitable for me. It's okay, I've learned to avoid most of it. Maybe in time I'll also be able to parry. Although for now I'm not even gonna try to parry. For now I'm just gonna avoid. If that makes sense. Okay, so we're gonna try again, of course, because I never give up. And then we move forward. Does that make sense? 90%. 90% is good.
Here we go. Just try it.
Alright, perfect. If only I can keep it up.
A storm is coming.
This will hurt.
A storm is coming. Feel the burn.
Lune, watch out!
Perfect. Yes. Thank you very much. I wonder if this meme has any weaknesses.
Yeah,
Angyar.
flames on me. Okay.
Chroma is flowing. Feel the burn.
Oh well. Ready to strike. I'll use your fire. I would have lived.
No. Oh, you know, it happens to the best of us. Even to me.
Let's cut through the flames.
Careful, Mael.
Let's carve a path.
Ready to evade.
Indeed, ready to evade.
Chroma is flowing. Feel the burn.
I'm ready.
Keep it going. Thank you.
You're outmatched.
Oh. High physical damage, one hit can break. You know what? We're gonna wait to have two.
Take cover.
Oh man.
Flames.
I was so ready for this. I felt.
Let the ink flow.
Oh well.
Flames sharpen.
A storm is coming. A brilliant light.
The dance begins.
Luna, careful. You're outmatched. Witness your end.
Let us stain them.
All right.
The dance
Well, well, well. How the tables have turned.
This will hurt. Incoming.
Time to hit big.
Thank you. There we go. Got him. We defeated the enemy. 16k experience. We've got a haircut. we got a new haircut. A crazy witch haircut. Thank you very much. That was great. I always knew we'd be able to do it. I always suspected.
Odysseus. It works for Siren.
So he creates all of that for her.
We should take it out. It would definitely be an advantage against Siren.
Useful.
It is useful. Alright, let's take it out. It's pretty big though.
Take cover!
It feels pretty hostile now.
Let the ink flow. Feel the burn.
Let's carve a path. I'll use your fire. I would have lived.
Let's dance.
Just try it.
Uh-oh. Indeed.
Careful now.
Be careful. Ah.
I'd love a dance.
I mean,
Sweet taste of battle.
we've gotten half of its HP.
Foolish move.
Yeah. Well, we almost shaved off it half of its HP. I thought I dodged
Bitter
it.
dregs.
Oh my gosh. Okay, let's try again. When we reach 12, we're gonna switch to a political topic. And then we're gonna play a different game. We're gonna do a little bit of a stream. I wanna cover the topics that I did not cover before. As in last night. I like the plan. Thank you. I do try. I do try to think of good plans. I try to think of the plans that will please the viewership. Don't make it worth it. Let's see how... Uh-oh. Hold on. I have to check on Twitch from time to time. In the hopes that maybe, just maybe, the There are some Twitch viewers hidden in the groundwork. Poor! Raid! Hello! Red Jester Productions. Oh wow, I've been raided. Well, hello. Now I will definitely be checking out. Okay. I have no all free chats. Hello. Apologies. I did not know that I was raided. 4 viewers. Welcome. I did not expect that. Oh. Oh. Okay, I guess I'll just have to restart this battle again, but welcome. Do you know who I am?
Stuff. Bring it on.
Well met, comrade. Well met, indeed. Polish, Jewish, trans streamer. From the
Not impressed.
tradition of the Polish left wing. Oops. Oh. We're gonna restart this. Don't worry, we will win. We will win. Oh. Would you like me to introduce myself, or do you know who I am? Are you familiar with me, what I do? My morals and values, etc. If you're not, then I can do it. I can do it. I can do an introduction. Awesome. Don't let us disturb the game, but I'll be lurking for numbers. Thank you very much. I thought you wanted an introduction. We're all lefties sneaking in here from Red Jesters. Oh. This game is cool. It's a very cool game. It's one of the, I think it's the game of the year. I do politics, I do gaming, I cover the war in Ukraine, I travel to Ukraine to cover the topic of children being affected by the war. It's a lot. You know what? It's worth it. We'll be producing our first material from those trips very soon. So I hope you look forward to it. En garde.
Let us stay.
This is so brutal. Sweet, I'll stop to your YouTube and share the link too. Thank you very much.
Feel the burn.
Okay, that was brutal. Okay, sooner or later I will learn. Okay, one more time, okay? I don't give up. One last time we'll try this boss and then we'll do a political topic because it's past 12 and I promised to do a political one. I'm gonna be talking about... We have a whole set. We have a whole set of topics and one of them is... Okay, what topic is closer to your hearts? I always like to give people a choice. LGBT and the topic of the ruling about parents being able to opt out children out of the classroom if there are LGBT books, quote unquote, or birthright citizenship. Which one's the...
Shout my help.
Which topic is closer to your hearts and minds?
En garde.
And yeah.
Flames on me.
Okay, lesson learned. Normal attack. I dodged it.
Aromas
I saw it. LGBT. Alright, we'll do LGBT.
Feel the burn.
Although I will be forced to criticize my favorite state, Maryland. I'm afraid. I'm sorry to say that Maryland has gone goofed up.
Let's start.
Just try it.
I dodged. Did you see that? You saw it, right? Did you see that? Doing better. Slowly but surely, right? Oh, I did not see that attack coming.
Oh well.
True. Well said. Oh well. Oh my gosh. Okay, we're gonna try to... Maybe not so much better. A little bit better. A little bit better, right? Feel like we're doing a little bit better. I'm happy with either got sidetracked, especially your YouTube.
Oh, yes, I love a dance.
Thank you. Uh-oh. LGBT issues are always heavy on my mind. But with being a gay man in America. Well, I'm a trans person in Poland. And Poland is the worst on LGBT in the entirety of Europe. I'm not sure if you're aware. So, you know, being a trans woman in Poland is... Oh yeah, I'm trans. Just so it's clear. Just so it's... Did I mention that? I think I mentioned. I am aware now. Oh, well, thank you. Like, Poland is literally the worst country when it comes to tolerance on the LGBT. Ukraine is better on the LGBT than Poland, believe it or not. So, you know. I'm happy if either got sidetracked. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. I'm happy to have a Twitch audience. Usually no one's here. So I'm definitely hoping to see you more. Well, we died. So we're doing the skill high is no more. And we are doing LGBT. Browser. Oh, I have to turn it on. Browser is off. How's everybody doing? I'm gonna turn on the browser, I'm gonna turn on the topic, and then I'm gonna go to the toilet real quick, okay? Is that okay? Is that acceptable? Alright. I won't lie, the praise too thick for fear of sounding like blowing smoke, but I love those unhinged thumbnails on the YouTube. Which ones? Oh, do you mean the ones made by my what do you call it? You editor that is a volunteer. How do you look? How do you like the hand drawn? How do you like the hand drawn? You know, the thumbnails. How do you like the thumbnails that I how do you like the thumbnails that I draw myself? I'm a bit of an artist. Oh, I forgot to say, I'm also an artist. The facial distortion shot like Trump, etc. Yes, that is my volunteer editor. I do the ones that are hand-drawn because I draw. I like drawing. It's also a thing that I do, in addition to all the other things. Okay, we'll be right back. I'm gonna go to the toilet and then we're gonna do it. Oh wait, I'm gonna put the browser on screen to show you. There you go. Supreme Court sides with parents who objected to kids' books on gender identity, sexuality. So unfortunately, I'm gonna have to criticize my favorite state, but I feel like I have to start this segment with some sort of like I don't know, geometric art. That's cool. Okay, I'm gonna go quickly to the toilet and I'll be back, and then we can continue this beautiful event that is called a stream. Hold on, let me check something real quick. How are our beautiful metrics? Nice. Okay, I'll be right back. Full of energy, as I always have to be in order to do the things that have to be done. You allow me to share a link, I could let you see some of my stuff. No pressure though. Yes, of course. Of course you can share your link. I'll even, if you're okay with it, I'll even show it on stream. Okay. So, how's everybody doing? Are you all ready? Are you all ready for the big events? For the topic? Or would you like to, for me to view the art first? I've got I've got a Discord, by the way. Okay, let's see. Logged in. Oh, wow. All right. I'm ready. Okay, but first let's watch some art. I'm gonna copy this because I actually, for chats, I use the laptop. The laptop that I stream on when I'm in Ukraine. I use it for chats. I should get an additional monitor, but I cannot afford it. But there are more important things that I have to spend money on. Travel in Ukraine. That is what it's all about. Isn't it? My body is ready. All right. Hold on. I'm gonna get the link. I'm gonna grab the link. I'm gonna show the thing on screen. I'm gonna show the artwork. I'm gonna watch it together. I'm ready. That is pretty cool. Can do some cool symbology with this. This reminds me of my grandmother's art. Yeah, some of it reminds me of my grandmother's art. She used to do paintings and she would put up strings on the canvas. It's a very interesting type of art. I like this. Oh, you've made a shirt. Oh, and you're selling as that's merch. That's so cool. Did not realize that you're selling your art as merch. Well, one of my nicknames used to be Grandma, so wow. Extra soft is $24. Comfort colors. Damn. I recommend people to get a shirt. That is a cool shirt to have. That is a pretty cool shirt to have indeed. Do they sell well? Do the shirts sell well? Some of this triple stuff is so painstaking and crazy. Wow. That is good. That is good stuff. I highly recommend. I would link it, but you already have. I might just... Maybe I'll link it on the other chats for people to be able to... you know, enter and maybe get a shirt. If they feel like they want to look cool. Again. I have to log into my own side chat. Which, by the way, if you want to support me as a content creator, you can join my site, my White Forest page called lucyhaza.org/live and donate or subscribe. Here and here. Only to some friends and such, nothing major so far. So far, who knows? Maybe that'll change. I'm a micro creator so far, but I believe that with time I will become a small creator. I will upgrade. I will ascend from micro streamer status to a small streamer status. That is my ambition, which means I'm gonna disclose my goals. My goal is to have 50 concurrent viewers. Mega micro, perhaps. Let's just say micro, okay? All right. Mega micro would be if I only had one viewer always. Okay, let's go to the topic. Why am I putting this? Oh, maybe there will be video. So, Supreme Court sides with parents who objected to kids' books on gender identity, sexuality. So, before I get into this, I have to do a little bit of explanation. Okay, Maryland is an amazing state. It's the best state in the United States. It's the United States in miniature. It has the biggest amount of the historical buildings in the United States. I bet you did not know that about Maryland. It has amazing things like blue crabs. It has amazing history. It is very progressive most of the time. It has amazing activists. It has given birth to some great people. So, before we get into this great, before we get into this horrible development, I have to preface that Maryland is actually a very nice place. Okay. Oh, nice. Well done. Well done. My next major goal is 222 followers on Twitch, and I'm less than 100 away. Very nice. All right, so I've made that clear, so we can move on now. Washington, the Supreme Court on Friday ruled in favor of a group of Maryland parents who challenged their school district's decision to deny them the ability to opt their elementary-age children out of instruction featuring storybooks that address gender identity and sexual orientation, which is, I'm sorry, it is ridiculous. You should not just able to opt out your children out of education because you don't like the education. It would be akin to, hey, I don't like biology. I don't like my kid teaching about being taught about photosynthesis. Can I just opt out my kid out of photosynthesis class, please? Like, that should not be a thing, okay? The curriculum has been created by a group of professionals. They know what they're doing. They're teaching children things that are useful and valuable. And I'm pretty sure that teaching children that some people can be gay, that some people can feel love differently than others, and that some people can identify differently than others is valuable to know. It's valuable knowledge. And bigoted parents should not just be able to say, well, no, I don't want my kids to learn anything. I just want my kids to be ignorant and bigoted. Thank you very much. That should not be a thing, okay? Even in the land of the free. It's ridiculous. It's silly, and I don't condone it. Maybe I just look at these things different because I'm not American. The High Court said in a 6-3 decision in the case of Mahmoud versus Taylor that the government burdens parents' religious exercise when it requires their children to participate in instruction that violates the family's religious beliefs. Oh, okay. In that case, I guess parents can now literally opt out children from learning about evolution. Because what if you're like a younger creationist or whatever? In that case, evolution is against your beliefs. And who knows what parts of biology are against your beliefs in that case. Oh, learning about the fact that dinosaurs lived God know how many years ago? No, my kid's out of that class. The Earth is how many years old? Like 6,000 years old or something? Young Earth, after all. I'm not gonna allow my children to be taught some stupid crap that is against my religion. Yeah, I want my children to be taught that the earth is flat and created by God in 7 days. True. Any class that will teach the kids anything else, I'm taking my kid out. I don't believe in math. Skip, please. I mean, literally. This is so ridiculous. I just don't. Do people not realize just how many ridiculous outcomes this can lead to? What happened to compulsory education? What happened to that? Government burdens parents' religious exercise when it requires the children to participate in instruction that violates families' religious beliefs. Justice Samuel Alito authored the majority opinion with the three liberal justices, Sonia Sotomayor, Elena Kagan, and Ketanji Brown Jackson in dissent. Like, what am I supposed to do with this? Why am I like? Let's try to list some more subjects that would be out. Oh, definitely biology. Definitely a lot of history. Definitely geography, potentially, because unironically, flat Earth. What else? Oh, I'm sorry. You can be also opted out of English classes because those have atheist works, and atheist works are, there are definitely some books that we are required to read that have things that go against religion. So I guess I'm just gonna pull my kid out of the English class because why not? What else? Music? I'm not even sure if that's a subject in the US, so. Anything really. Sex ed for sure. That's a guaranteed thing. You can loophole yourself out of any subject using this, actually, if you think strong enough, okay? If you push it strong enough, you can basically opt out of any class you want. The court's conservative majority said that the parents who brought the case are entitled to a preliminary injunction while their lawsuit proceed. The High Court ordered the board to notify parents in advance when one of the storybooks at issue in the case will be used and allow them to have their kids excused from the instruction. Yeah, I just want my kids to be bigots. I want my kids to be uneducated bigots. It is my God-given right. In this case, literally, they say that is their God-given right, and nobody can tell me otherwise. I don't want my child learning any damn Spanglish. Work-study programs mandatory next. Work-study program is where students work a job and get school credit. Very nice. Unless it's something against their religious belief. We hold that board's introduction of the LGBTQ plus inclusive storybooks, combined with its decision to withhold notice to parents and to forbid opt-outs, substantially interferes with the religious development of their children. How? I would like a substantiation to this claim, that it substantially interferes with the religious development of their children. I'm sorry. The only interpretation that I can have to this is that children would learn that their religion is bullshit and they would sort of start doubting it. That's the only explanation that I can muster from this. And this law is designed to, I guess, shield the children from that, from that horrible fate of actually learning that what they're being indoctrinated into is bullshit. Well, Jedi are an official religion in America, so you can literally say anything. Yeah, you can just opt out of any class you want, in essence. I, for one, want my children to be shocked the first time they get into real world and meet a gay person. True. Like, substantially interferes with the religious development of their children and imposes the kind of burden on religious exercise that the court has previously ruled is unacceptable, Alito wrote. Burden on religious exercise. What does that mean? I don't even know what that means. We reject this chilling vision of the power of the state to strip away the critical rights of parents to guide the religious development of their children, Alito added later in the opinion. If anything is chilling, is that you can just opt your child out of education because you're religious mumbo jumbo, okay? That is the real chilling thing about all this. Sorry, I am a bit cynical. I try not to. No, feel free to be cynical. I'm a Polish person. Being cynical is in my blood. It's my destiny. Okay? You're in good company. So don't worry. Don't even worry about it. All right, let's continue because on the one hand, I find this a bit funny. On the other hand, I find this horrifying, horrible, because this has real consequence. And the consequence being, parents being mandated by the states to raise their kids to be bigots. That is the reality of this court's thing. This is just ridiculous. The land of the free. Sotomayor read her dissent aloud from the bench. In her opinion, she wrote, simply being exposed to beliefs contrary to her own does not amount to prohibiting the free exercise of religion. True. Okay, true. Learning that other types of people than yourself exist will not necessarily make you an atheist, believe it or not. Also, do I even have to go into the fact that progressive branches of the church exist? That there are progressive versions of the religions that you espouse? Are those also anti your religion? If you go to a progressive church, is that church also anti your religious development? It's funny that they're saying this part out loud. Tragic for the state of affairs. Well, it is tragic, but it is also very, very real. Things have been getting a lot worse for the LGBT under Donald Trump. The trans people, trans people are basically just being erased. Let's just name it as it is, through legislation. And now this. The result will be chaos for this nation's public schools, requiring schools to provide advance notice and the chance to opt out of every lesson plan or story time that might implicate a parent's religious beliefs will impose impossible administrative burdens on schools. True! I feel like the dissent is getting what I'm getting at. That basically, if you sort of push the thing hard enough, you can basically opt out your child out of anything you want. You just have to justify how it goes against your religion. And huzzah! You can just get your kid out of any class. Mandatory education just becomes a joke. Okay? Oh, I know. This is brilliant. All the classes actually are against my religion. And you know what? That time can be used for my kid to, I don't know, get a job. That is definitely pro my religion. Okay? That, literally, does this not literally stand in blatant violation to, I don't know, education be mandatory? Sotomayor wrote, later warning that it would force courts to resolve a new font of litigation and leave judges as the decision makers on policies governing school material related to gender and sexuality. I think it goes beyond gender and sexuality, actually. Like, believe it or not, gender and sexuality are not the only things that offend religious sensibilities, which is what I'm saying. Like, this ruling did not say, the justification for the ruling isn't that gender and sexuality cannot go against religious beliefs. It says that no teaching can go against religious beliefs, which means that any teaching can be deemed as against someone's beliefs. The real answer to the question of will a progressive Christian church also be against the child's religious development? Yes, if the parents are especially strict fundamentalists. Well, then there you go. I guess the progressive church should be banned from public space. You don't recognize them. The Montgomery County Board of Education and Montgomery County Public Schools said in response to the decision that they are developing next steps and will provide further guidance to schools and families before the start of the next school year. This decision complicates our work, creating a welcoming, inclusive, and equitable school system. It also sends a chilling message to many valued members of our diverse community. The board and school district said in a joint statement, Montgomery County Public Schools remains a welcoming and inclusive school system that embraces and celebrates each and every one of our students. We will maintain an environment where all students feel valued and supported. There you have it. Mahmoud versus Taylor. The ruling from the Supreme Court came in one of 3 cases before the justice this term that involved religious rights. Religious rights. What a ridiculous concept. Okay, I'm gonna ask this. What happened to the separation of the church and the state? Is that a joke? Is that a joke? It is now. Well, it seems that way. It definitely seems that the separation of church and state are just some, I don't know, suggestion. Let's see. Religious right. Like, you should be able to practice your religion in peace, okay? Not to butcher your child's education because you have some weird beliefs. Christian white nationalist public schools? Maybe that's what awaits our future. The High Court, which has 6-3 conservative majority, has in recent years been sympathetic to plaintiffs raising claims of religious discrimination. Oh yeah, education is discrimination. The dispute involves public school instruction in Montgomery County, Maryland, which is home to the state's largest school system with more than 160,000 students. Montgomery County, like most states, had a policy that allowed parents with religious objections to classroom instruction or activities to excuse their children as long as opt-out requests did not become too frequent or burdensome according to court filings. Let me see. Let me locate this place on the map. Okay. Oh my gosh. Oh. Here we go. Ocean City. Which is home to the state's largest school system, blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah. Court filings. We've already read this. Okay? We have already read this part. So let us continue. The Montgomery County Education Board added LGBTQ plus inclusive storybooks into its English language arts a curriculum for elementary school students after Maryland enacted rules seeking to promote educational equity. So Maryland sought to be inclusive, but certain parents did not like it, so they decided that we fight against it, and unfortunately they won. The school district said it wanted to supplement its language arts books with a handful of stories in order to better represent all Montgomery County families. The books added included titles like Born Ready, which is about a transgender elementary age child, and Prince and Knight, which tells the story of a prince who falls in love with and marries a knight. Okay, horrible. That goes well against my, Christianity sect. Goes against my cult, so it has to be silenced forever. Both the majority and dissenting opinions included pages from the storybooks. Through the justices disagreed as to their messages. Wow. The conservative justices disagreed to the progressive messages of LGBTQ+ books. Why am I surprised? Well, I'm actually not surprised. I should have said, why am I not surprised? Should we look at the books? I imagine they are very bland. I mean, they are, I think, sort of shown. I think I've seen some of them. Wait, I think they are shown in the other article. The Associated Press one. There you go. Those are the books. Born Ready. This is the cover. Some of this looks pretty cute. Love Violet looks pretty cute, actually. Prince and Knight looks very fairy tale-ish. Reminds me of the Sleeping Beauty. Intersection Allies. We make room for all. So about being inclusive to everybody, no matter who they are. Pretty inoffensive. Like, it's all pretty inoffensive, very children-friendly stuff. Let's be honest. Some of the art is cute. Some of it is, less. But it's all pretty, standard stuff, I would say. From what I can see here. But in Sotomayor's view, the books introduce readers to LGBTQ+ characters, but drawn on common themes presented to children in other works, such as overcoming difficulties, celebrating milestones, or fairy tale romances. So like Sleeping Beauty or Snow White or whatever else you want. The school board adopted the lessons in 2022 and allowed parents to opt their children out of reading and instruction involving the picture books. But in March 2023, it ended the policy and said families would no longer receive advance notice of when the books would be read and would not be able to have their children excused from the instruction. Yeah, why should... Okay, we've already discussed this. Why should children be excused out of education? Because parents are bigots, let's be honest. Okay? Religious beliefs should not be a carte blanche to be a bigot. Is that a crazy thing to say? Let parents parent. Yeah, let parent brainwash their kids into being little bigots. That's great. That's parenting. Grade A parenting. The Board of Education has said that the opt-outs had become unworkable since some schools had higher numbers of absences. It said all faced substantial hurdles in using the books while honoring opt-out requests, as teachers had to manage the removal of excused students from class and plan alternative activities for them. They won competition to FBI guy's book. A joke. That decision, though, sparked backlash throughout the community, with more than 1,000 parents signing a petition that called on the board to restore the opt-outs and dozens appearing at the board meetings. Okay, why can't parents opt out children out of books involving heterosexual relationships? Why is that not a thing? I mean, technically speaking, it is. If some parent declares that it goes against their religion, that is. Because again, according to this, you can basically opt out of your kid out of anything you want, unless you can fit it into your religious framework somehow. Or rather, if you can explain why it doesn't fit your religious framework. Three Montgomery County families filed a lawsuit against the Education Board over the decision to end the opt-outs, arguing it violated their First Amendment right for free exercise of religion because it overrode their freedom to direct the religious upbringing of their children. The families are a diverse coalition of religions: Muslim, Roman Catholic, and Ukrainian Orthodox. Wow. Eastern Europeans being anti-LGBT. Color me surprised. What a shock. Me being Polish, I'm so surprised that Eastern European name appears and homophobia follows. A federal district court in Maryland and the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Fourth Circuit ruled for the school board, finding that there was no evidence that the families were compelled to violate their religious beliefs or conduct. Yeah, because there's no evidence. If you learn about the gays, it will not suddenly destroy your religious beliefs, okay? Or if you learn about the transes. The Supreme Court heard arguments in the case in late April, and it ruled that I guess LGBT is a sin and should be fought against. So that's the story. Any thoughts? I don't know what to think. I think they're just getting worse and worse for the LGBT people, and things were already, quite frankly, pretty bad for the LGBT. And under Trump, it's just becoming more and more unbearable. And yeah, that is a thing that I think was really worth talking about. I personally thought that it was a topic really worth discussing today. I did not manage to discuss it last night, but I'm glad to say we are managing to discuss it tonight. Okay, any questions, any thoughts before we go to our next thing? You don't understand that this will affect them as they are next. Well, people tend to be pretty short-sighted in general. People tend to be pretty short-sighted. Okay, we're gonna do a little bit of a react now, because apparently there's something concerning our favorite person, Brianna Wu. Are you familiar with Brianna Wu? Do you know who that is? Do you know who Brianna Wu is? If you know, then you know. Oh no, I wish I didn't. Well, too late. Too late, because now is the time to discuss Brianna Wu. Or rather, watch a person discuss Brianna Wu, because Brianna Wu has apparently been exposed. Brianna Wu has been exposed by Tipster. Well, I've received a link. I'm gonna watch it some, and we're gonna probably talk about it. Apparently it's pretty okay. We'll see. We will see just to what degree Brianna Wu has been exposed. Should I? You should. You definitely should. If you're in this sphere, okay, then you should definitely know who Brianna Wu is. All right.
So, chat, a friend of mine brought this to my attention.
All right. Zoe Quinn just exposed Brianna Wu as a fraud. Leaked email revealed by Tipster. Tipster, who, even in this climate, still discusses trans issues. Okay, let's watch it. Let's see Let's see how Brianna Wu has been exposed as the fraud that she is. Let us see. Okay, I'm gonna pour myself something to drink. And then we continue. 5 viewers on Twitch. Oh my god, today's my lucky day. I hope that I will see you on Fear. I hope I have gained some viewers today. I really hope that my Twitch will thrive from now on. 5 viewers. Wow, that is a lot. Which means that I have like, yeah, that's good. That's good. Okay, let's take it from the top.
So, chat, a friend of mine brought this to my attention. That
You know what? I've been sitting on this for a decade. I actually don't know if Tipster is gonna read it out loud, so I'm just gonna wait. If he doesn't, I'm gonna rewind and read it.
Zoe Quinn over on Blue Sky dropped a little bit of an expose on Brianna Wu. And I
Damn.
thought we would dive into.
And I thought that Brianna Wu was such an upstanding character. I thought that Brianna Wu was such an amazing person. And now I stand corrected. I thought Brianna Wu was not just some public figure. I thought she was my best friend. I thought she was my advocate. I thought she was, you know, the best of us.
To it. I haven't, I kind of skimmed the first post in the thread a little bit, so I'm not fully privy to like what's going on here.
Oh.
But I thought we would read it together on stream.
Yes, please.
So I got
Yes,
it pulled
yes,
up here.
read
We'll
it,
take
yes.
a look at it. My understanding is she's leaking some, what is the emails that she got from Brianna Wu from the Gamergate.
Oh, wait, what? Gamergate? We're going back to Gamergate again? Again with the Gamergate crap? Oh god, I thought, I really hoped we were done with Gamergate forever, but it seems like the Gamergate crap will never go away. I'm gonna hear about Gamergate in 2077. Gamergate never dies. It should. It's been a zombie for years now. For many, many years. People used to laugh that Gamergate was old years ago.
Days.
I genuinely think that Gamergate is the only thing that Brianna Wu has going for her in her life. And that is a very sad thing. Oh, look it up. It's stupid, okay? It's a gaming related thing, okay? Oh, you're lucky. You're lucky that you don't know what Gamergate is.
And apparently it's some pretty sus shit. So let's go ahead and let's dive into it. We've got a lot of reading to do, so we might as well just get started. And I'm assuming a lot of this is coming out because it seems like Brianna Wu is really shifting towards the right.
Now we're noticing that Brianna Wu is shifting towards the right. As if that were not apparent for the last few years. Really? Wow, what a revelation. Brianna Wu shifting to the right. Are you kidding me? That's been a thing for years. Literally for years. We've all known that Brianna Wu has been shifting to the right, especially with her trans rhetoric. Okay? With her shifting or already there? Already there. Definitely, most definitely already there. By a long shot, okay? Let's not kid ourselves. What sort of a joke is this? Shifting.
They seem insistent on not admitting that, but it's pretty fucking clear seeing how much they pander to right-wingers lately.
Lately? Okay. Lately.
Well, let's dive into it.
Okay.
You know what? I've been sitting on this for a decade because I'm not into punching laterally, but I am fine with punching far-right lunatics. So apparently...
Perfect. I guess, according to Zoe Quinn, Brianna was now a right-wing lunatic, I suppose.
Like even Zoe Quinn sees them as kind of like shifting towards the right. I will say this.
Okay. when you call someone a far right lunatic, I think they're a little bit past shifting to the right.
I don't know if I'd go as far as to say that Brianna Wu is far right, but she's definitely shifting towards the right for sure. Just a handful of short weeks before Gamergate started, Brianna Wu, who I spoke to 0 times before this, sends me this wild-ass email, a thread.
Wow. Do I really care about that stuff that Brianna Wood did like over 10 years ago?
Okay, so I haven't read the email yet. This is actually my first time reading the email. I'm going to open it in a new tab so we can blow it up a little bit because I got old man eyes. Drinking the Mountain Dew is the subject of the email. This was sent...
Jesus Christ. So cringe. So embarrassing.
On May 4th, 2014. So this is a really old email.
Indeed. In fact, it's now 11 years, not 10.
Drinking the...
Wait, it's literally more. It's 11 years. It's past May 2025. So it's more than 10 years.
Mountain Dew. Hey, Zoe. I hope you will. This will stay between us. Well,
I guess not. It will not. Well, you were hopeful. You hoped. It worked for 11 years.
it's over a decade later, and it didn't. So rip. I hope this will stay between us, but I did want to share something with you.
Wonder what it is.
The first time I really heard about you in Depression Quest, a mutual game dev friend of ours in Boston was complaining about Depression Quest. They had
I don't even know what Depression Quest is, to be quite honest with you.
sold you to take the money from Big Pharma. What? They had consoled you to take the money from Big Pharma? What does that even mean?
Yeah, that's a... Oh, good. Okay. I'm not a native speaker of the English language. I thought maybe I just don't understand something. And I thought to myself, what does that mean? It doesn't sound like a correct English sentence. And then I guess Tipster has validated me in my, Tipster has validated me in my not knowing what the hell that even means.
Was Zoe Quinn offered money from Big Pharma? They were talking all kinds of shit about how short-sighted it was of you to not do this, but you'd stood your ground and said no. They thought you were a total fool.
Damn.
I didn't know about your reality show, but I did read about the aftermath. And what really impressed me about the situation was you did the exact same thing. A situation was anathema for you. What does that mean? I've actually never seen that word before. Does anybody know what that word means? I'm going to look it up. Define anathema.
Oh boy.
Something or someone that one vehemently dislikes, a formal curse by... Okay, I think it's the first one. How do you pronounce that, by the way?
Anathema.
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 Anathema. Okay, we're learning new words today, chat.
Why such pretentious
Something or
language?
someone that one vehemently dislikes. So, let's go back to that, because I had to look that up because I genuinely have never heard that word before. So, we're learning language on stream, chat. Let's go. I didn't know about your rally show, but I did read about the ad and what it really impressed me about the
I'm not
situation
impressed
was that
with
you
this.
did the exact same thing. A situation was anathema for you, and you said no. You were willing to burn your bridges with an entire production company over the situation. You and I are similar people in that we really care about women in games and calling out the sexism in the industry. This is like a common thing with Brianna Wu. As somebody who's had personal interactions with Brianna Wu,
You're
she'll
not so different, you and I.
say whatever she thinks she can say to get on like your good side. Like I remember when like the drama commentary community was up my ass, she used to like come into my DMs and like, hey, I hope you're okay. And like this was when I was like considering doing like the Resident Evil streaming thing that I did for a while.
I am doing
She's
it.
like, so you're gonna be like a Resident Evil streamer now, yeah? And I'm like, yeah, you know, I really enjoy that series and like I'm really passionate about it. So like I think it would be fun to like stream those games and potentially speedrun them. And then she like
I beaten Resident Evil 1, 2, and 3 originals on stream. Just saying.
had some small talk with me about how like you know, she used to speed run Resident Evil 3 and like maybe we can like
I used to speedrun Resident Evil 2, the original. But that game was pretty easy, to be fair.
speed run together or something like that, basically trying to get real like nice with me. And then as soon as like I criticized her, then she ran to the same commentary community that she was like consoling me about, and then like to impress them said some like dumb shit, like trying to dunk on me about how leave the politics to the adults and stick to playing Resident Evil.
Jesus Christ almighty. What do you have against Resident Evil? All of a
Some
sudden.
shit. Like she's such a bitch, dude. Like I don't like to call women bitches very often, but I'm pretty comfortable calling her a bitch because like she just acts like one. It is what it is.
Okay.
But the truth is,
I don't know why that cracked me up so much, but
I'm a pragmatist, and if I were being embarrassingly honest with you, I probably would have taken the money from Big Pharma. Jeez!
what?
Holy shit. Openly admitting in DMs
No principles. No principles, woo.
she could be bought. Goddamn. And I would have drank the Mountain Dew on camera. Yeah, like literally just openly admitting that she can be bought. But here you are today and you're doing just fine. So we got another page of this. Is it the same email? Yeah, it's the same email. Okay, so let's open it in the new tab and let's blow it up again. For my old man ask, oh, thank you for saving my preferences, browser. I appreciate that. You and I are similar, really cared about.
We are not so different, you and I. I love it. I love this. This bizarro. I don't know even what the hell we're watching. Oh boy.
Oh wait, is this oh okay. So it just continues here. But here you are today and you're doing just fine. You stood your ground.
Lips are more like fat. Ha ha ha. I'll get my coat. What? Hello, Zoshelix.
You made your choices and you still won. There's been a situation at GSK that's been really bad for us and bad for the company. I'm assuming GSK is her game development company. I'm assuming that's what that is. And I can't go into it, just like you can't go into the reality show stuff. But I can tell you, I drank the Mountain Dew on camera for far too long.
Wow. I've been a sellout for far too long. Translation.
I have dealt with a really awful, humiliating situation for far too long. It finally ended this week. I don't know you at all. I don't know you that well. Excuse me. But I have been thinking about your integrity a lot lately and how going forward I need to be less of a pragmatist and more of a Zoe Quinn in leading my company. I want to let you know that's something I really intend to follow through on.
Wow, impressive.
Hope that doesn't seem emo.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
But it is true.
Been a while.
And I think when other women in the industry inspire us, I think we should let them know it. All the best, Bree. So we have clearly sucking up to get on Zoe Quinn's good side, which is a common thing that Brianna Wu does when she thinks that she can like benefit from you. I mentioned my own circumstance where like when people were attacking me, she slid into my DMs to play buddy buddy with me. There was even like a situation where when the Vosh stuff was going on, she was like acting like a personal cheerleader in DMs. Yeah, for anybody who didn't know, that's a thing that happened when everybody was criticizing me for the Vosh defense. She was in my DMs cheering me on, like basically convincing me that I was doing the right thing. I remember that. Yeah, I shared it with Transgirl Jade. Transgirl Jade's a good friend of mine. But yeah, she was literally cheering me on in the DMs in regards to that. So, but anyway, there's a thread, so let's continue. So context. The friend she mentions approached me to get me to sell depression quests to a pharma company for tons
Huh.
of money, and I politely told him to fuck off. The Mountain Dew thing is referencing a reality show earlier that year that I was cast on and tanked after it was misogynistic and gross. So at the time, all this felt like a big weird neg and made me uncomfortable. That someone would be like, yeah, I totally have done all of that because I love money and attention, but maybe I shouldn't because you seem to have gotten away with it.
True, actually. It does feel like that a bit. Oh boy.
Yeah, it really is like a strange email, isn't it? To write, basically admitting like you can be bought, and then like, but you're really cool for not being bought. Hard to cut Brianna
I'm a sellout, but I'm proud of you for not being one.
resurfacing during GG when no one had heard of her before that. I've been hearing that a lot lately, right? Because
I've been hearing that a lot more than lately.
lot of the reputation that Brianna Wu got when like was during Gamergate. When Gamergate was blowing up, Brianna Wu just kind of like popped up, and Brianna Wu was talking about how like they were one of the victims of like Gamergate.
I
And
remember.
I've seen that lately where like a lot of other
Apparently
people who were targeted
manufactured.
during Gamergate have started to come forward and being like, yeah, like Brianna Wu just kind of came out of nowhere. Like it's almost like
For
they're
attention.
kind of afraid to question the legitimacy of her harassment stories. But at the same time, they're kind of like, you know, throwing that out there like, hey, something's kind of sus about that in hindsight. I don't know. But I've
Apparently
seen
some
that
of the harassment was manufactured by allegedly, just in case.
from quite a few people who were around during the Gamergate times, especially people who were targeted by Gamergate. But yeah, she was barely anything other than an occasional awkward presence in the Boston indie game scene. Did I think it was odd at the time? Yes, but it didn't matter to me then because no one deserves GG shit. True. So I tried to help her anyway because however she got involved, she was involved, and I was a younger idiot who was also being extremely traumatized and couldn't spot opportunists yet. She burned through my goodwill so fast after being shitty to me and other people who tried to help her. That's a common thread with her. She'll get close to you. She'll say whatever she thinks you need to hear in order to get like friendly with you and to gain your trust. And then like
I've not interacted with Brianna Wu that much, to be fair. But let's just say that I know her. Why are we watching the drama soap whale?
very quickly,
Because I'm watching an expose on Brianna Wu. Pain. Brianna Wu cheerleading image hurts. Because Brianna Wu has inserted herself into serious political spaces, and I just want to know what sort of character she is. Brianna Wu, the serious political, I don't know, activist that I think was kicked out of Progressive Victory.
she either says something really stupid or does something really stupid where it just kind of like rubs you the wrong way, and then like she fucking hates you after that. Like I think one of the funniest things that she tried to do to get on my good side, she DM'd me one time. This is so funny. If you've been a longtime follower of mine, you're probably aware of the fake tipster accounts. Like the fake tipster accounts was something that kind of happened when I was still a drama YouTuber, and they just kind of like, you know, ran the.
I love how Brianna Wu just straight up tries to build alliances with right-wingers or even far-right people and still claims to be the progressive one, the good progressive, you know, that just reaches across the aisle while throwing whole groups under the bus. Yeah, but I don't really, you know, I'm focusing on Brianna Wu today.
It spread like wildfire. There were tons of fake tipster accounts, especially on Twitter. And like sometimes people would reach out to me with something fucked up that a fake Twitter tipster account would say, and they'd be like, "Bro, why would you say something like that?" And I'd have to explain to them, "That's not me. That's a fake account. Here's my account.
Oh
Look at
boy.
the on that account. It's not me." So that was like a pretty common thing. But a fake tipster account had tweeted that they were coming out as trans. And before Brianna Wu had formally come out as trans, like we knew she was trans because she had shared it with us or whatever, privately.
Oh no.
But before she had formally come out as trans, she reached out to me and she's like, shared the screenshot. She's like, "It's going to be a long road ahead, but I support you," or whatever. And I'm like, "Yeah, that's not me." And she's like, "Oh," she was like really embarrassed or whatever. But that was one of the things she tried to do to get on my good side was, support me on my trans journey. That didn't happen because it was like a troll account that like posted that.
Oh.
Apparently, she also reached out to Bo Blacks. She told Bo Blacks that she would support Bo Blacks on their trans journey, but she said, I'm paraphrasing because I don't remember the exact wording, but apparently she told Bo Black something along the lines of, "But not if you're on that non-binary bullshit." Because, now she doesn't believe in the...
Okay, I think Riley Grace Rochon does a lot more actual real work than Brianna Wu. I'm gonna stand by it. Okay? I'm not gonna elaborate right now, but I will stand by it. That's all that I'm gonna say.
The validity of non-binary people, but yeah. Oh god, I remember that account. It stated it started the trans tipster meme. I don't think it was the trans tipster account that tweeted that. I think it was another
link it in the side page,
I'd have
and
to
maybe I'll take a look at it.
I can check my DMs with Brianna Wu to know for sure, but yeah.
But I mean, technically speaking, this is researched as well. This is just a person leaking emails from Brianna Wu. So, like, how much research do you have to do? It's just a person disclosing their conversations with Brianna Wu. So, not really much research to do there.
That help included talking her out of going on Milo Yiannopoulos' podcast multiple times.
Okay, what transmet policies has Riley Grace Rochon pushed, actually? Link me that in the side chat as well. Because he said that she uses her influence to push actual transmet policies. So, link all the transmet policies that she has pushed. And no, online arguments do not count as pushing in real life for transmet policies. So Tipster will talk about that domains video. Okay, that's an assumption. I need evidence. I don't go on vibes, okay? I'm not one of those streamers that does vibes-based politics, okay? I need evidence. I need my stuff to be evidenced. I'm sorry. I'm just horrible like that, okay? If you say that someone in their capacity as a lawyer or whatever profession pushes for X policy, I want to see evidence of them pushing X policy, okay? And saying they privately believe X does not cut it. Okay? Maybe she didn't, but it doesn't mean that she pushes it as in her capacity as a lawyer. It does not follow. Maybe she believes it privately and does something completely different publicly. Until proven otherwise, I'm sorry. Like, you cannot just say, "Oh, this person publicly pushes for policy X," without actually showing me that they push for policy X. I think that's a pretty low bar. I don't think I'm being ridiculous. Okay? So, come to me with that evidence and we'll talk about her pushing transmet policies. All right.
Letting her scream at me instead of melting down in public, etc. Yo, this is like a common thing too, right? Because there was a couple of times where, like, she had said something really stupid. You know, as she was slowly starting to pander to the right, she had said a couple stupid
This
things.
video is actually pretty short. This, I thought with this segment about Brianna would be a little bit longer. Dunking on Wu, I am sad, I am listening, I am attentive. And I'm actually talking about trans rights from a sense. Okay, talking about something and pushing. Okay, I don't want to repeat myself. Okay, I don't want to repeat myself. This is still not pushing for policy in an official capacity. Talking about something in a scientific way. It's just vibes. You're giving me vibes. Give me the evidence. Give me the substance, please. All right. Usually you come with me with some form of data, substance, okay? And this time I see none materialize. I am disappointed. Because you can do better.
Things. And I would like either reply to her tweets or quote tweet her tweets and disagree with them. Like one of the ones that I really remember is that I heavily disagreed with her. She was trying to make the argument that like she was speaking out against like trans women and women's sports, and she was using that Iman Khalif person. I think that's her name, right? The boxer from the Olympics. Like she was using Iman Khalif.
Yeah, I'm gonna say this for the last time, okay? In response for she's a lawyer, her education didn't how softens her client into a legal victory, and she demonstrated she doesn't know anything about science. So how exactly is she advocating for the scientific LGBTQ policies? Show me which transmet policies she advocated for specifically and helped pass. Thank you. That is all I'm interested in. I'm interested in factual, practical things she's done. Not vibes, not speculation. That's all I care about in this case. Real life effects and results, okay? Come to me with that and we can have a discussion about it. Otherwise, it'll be tough. Otherwise, it'll be tough, I'm afraid. It'll be a tough sell.
As an example, and I quote tweeted her simply saying Iman Khalif is a cis woman because she is, and like she like slid into the DMs and like popped off on me. This is a common thing. Like if you say anything that upsets her or you slightly question her or anything, then suddenly she slides into the DMs and she just like rages at you. It's really funny, but yeah. So I've experienced this before. I can vouch this is a thing that she does. I politely cut her off after she made time to meet with Brad Wardell at GDC, a creep who targeted me and tweeted nice things about him. Jeez. Mind you, I was at that same GDC, and to this day, I have not met the woman outside of being in the same room once before all this shit happened for some indie event. After I cut her off, I found out more about her racist past and refused to be part of anything she was involved in.
The whole canvassing for segregationists, that was a thing, right? That was a thing, isn't it?
She's got a really like interesting past. If you're ever curious about it,
Interesting
Dead
past.
Domain did a great video about it. As a matter of fact, let me see if I can pull up that video. And when I do this as like a YouTube segment, I'll try to remember to link it in like a pinned comment or something. But let me see. YouTube.
We should watch it. We should watch the Dead Domain video.
Dead Domain.
How long is it?
Oh, what the hell? YouTube's just kind of doing whatever it wants. It just randomly open a YouTube video.
It happens.
For. Dead Domain, Brianna.
Ooh.
Where's this video? There we go. Okay, let me grab the link, copy link address. This is the video in question here. I'm not going to watch it on the stream.
Which explored the
But it's about a month old. And Yeah, The Lies of Brianna Wu. I'll link it in chat so you guys can check it out if you want. It's a really good video. Highly recommend it. Maybe we'll react to it in a future stream, but we're not going to do it on this one. So there you go. Because NB isn't an actual thing according to her. Yeah, she doesn't think so. She doesn't think NB people are valid. She also seems to be like a trans medicalist, where she thinks that like you have to medically transition for your trans identity to be valid, which I think is like really fucked. Like, obviously, like, when it comes to trans people, like, there's varying different levels of, like, comfort when it comes to their transition. Some people are perfectly comfortable just social transitioning. Some people are perfectly comfortable just doing, like, hormones. Some people go all out and get surgeries and stuff. There's varying levels to it. Just varying fucked medically trans. She also seems... Yeah, she doesn't think so. Because in a future stream, but we're not going to do it on this. Really good video. Highly recommend it. Maybe we'll react to it in a future stream, but we're not going to do it on this one. So there you go. Because NB isn't an actual thing according to her. Yeah, she doesn't think so.
Wait,
she
that domain
think,
is...
NB people are valid. She also seems to be...
Wait, that domain is a transmedicalist as well? I did not know that about that domain. That domain does not accept non-binary people? That does not sound right. From what I've seen of their content, is that true? No, he's not talking about RGR here.
Like a trans medicalist, where she thinks that like you have to medically...
I'm reacting to a video, not to you all the time, okay? I'm doing a react thing. I'm doing a stream. Hipster is not talking about RGR, okay? They're talking about Wu, not that domain. Okay, that answers my question. Tipster is referring here to Wu. Okay, that's fair enough. Yeah. Oh yeah, I know that. I had a whole argument with her acolytes on a panel.
Transition for your trans identity to be valid, which I think is like really fucked. Like, obviously, like, when it comes to trans people, like, there's varying different levels of, like, comfort when it comes to their transition. Some people are perfectly comfortable just social transitioning. Some people are perfectly comfortable just doing, like, hormones. Some people go all out and get surgeries and stuff. There's varying levels to it, depending on your own personal transgender journey, right? Your own gender journey. But according to Brianna Wu, unless you go all out and fully transition, then you're not valid. If you don't make an effort to pass, then you're not valid. That's what Brianna was.
Okay, what if you make an effort and just don't pass? What then? This is so stupid, the whole idea of... I'm not gonna get into it because I'll get annoyed.
Thanks. But anyway. So let me see. Found out about her racist past and refused to be part of anything she was involved in. So I do think she faked her own harassment, do I think she faked her own harassment or anything like that? No, probably not. But I do think she decided she wanted to cosplay as her idea of me and directly poke the bear, then let her pragmatic attitude she references in the email guide her from there. Absolutely. Okay,
pragmatic in triple quotation marks, which is... Yeah. Tipster was not talking about that domain. He was talking about Brianna. I got confused.
Like, basically, she says she doesn't think she full-on faked the fact that she was harassed during Gamergate, but she thinks she did poke the bear to kind of like further victimize herself and get more attention onto herself, which, given the little bit of time that I've known Brianna Wu and what I
remember this tweet.
Yeah, it seems like something Brianna Wu would do. Definitely seems on brand for Brianna Wu. All this to say, do you think that's the decade working with her?
Needed a mission called.
With the far left she's mentioning here, because it was 10 years ago, but I stopped talking to her after a couple of months. So she says, Democrats as a brand are cooked. We're going to get the reputation of socialist terrorist cheerleaders who hate our own country and will deserve it. Normies have got to reclaim our party. I spent a decade working with the far left. They kill any institutions they touch. Look, obviously I'm a leftist myself. I will say that I don't agree with like every element.
Listen, I'll say this. Considering what's happening now under Trump, I think far leftists are the least of everybody's problems, okay? Like, this is the most laughable time to be speaking about far leftists, considering what's been happening internationally, domestically, and overall, all around, the whole party, the whole shebang, okay? If you raise your hand at this juncture and go, but listen, but the far leftists, like, I'm just gonna laugh. I'm just gonna, come on, really? The far leftists are the problem now?
Of like the far left. I think that some of them are pretty radicalized, and
What a joke.
some of the things that they believe and they push. It's definitely not my cup of tea. But like to label anyone who's like,
I'm sorry, it's not the far leftists that are erasing whole groups of people via legislation. It's not the far left that is threatening to invade allies. It is not the far leftists that are making friends with dictators around the world, throwing countries that are defending themselves against invasions under the bus. I don't think the far left is responsible for all that.
a leftist beyond like a Democrat as like being like far left and like cheerleaders for terrorists. Like that's just bullshit. That's just completely bullshit to me. This is just clearly an attempt by her, because one of the things you'll notice is the current playbook by the right is to just label anybody who's on the left as like a socialist, and they do it like in a derogatory way.
That's always been the playbook, okay? That's been, I'm pretty sure that's been the playbook since McCarthy or something, so.
And she's clearly just pandering.
Hold on, what was the name of that journalist that during the Google good night and good luck? What was his name? What was his name? Journalist. World War II. Edward R. Murrow. I'm pretty sure that Edward R. Murrow was accused of being a socialist by McCarthy when he sort of said, "Hey, you're going too far with this crap. Okay, you're going too far with this crap." So, like, I'm bad with names. Edward R. Murrow. That was the journalist who broadcasted in England during the bombardment during World War II. His catchphrase was "good night and good luck" whenever he would end his transmissions.
To the right even more. Like, I hate to break it to you, Brianna Wu, but they will not accept you. Okay, just the mere fact that you're trans, that alone is something that they will never accept you for. I mean, look at the way they treat Blair White, right? Yeah. Blair White will show up on like a panel of like other like right wing commentators, and they'll like misgender her to her fucking face. They have no respect for people like yourself, and I don't know what.
I remember that panel. Go grow a beard. That's the best thing that you can do.
You think you're going to gain by pandering to them, but whatever it is, it's not going to work. At least it's not going to work in your favor. Anyway, people really have no idea how much fucking restraint I've had toward a number of people over the years, but she doesn't deserve that protection these days now that she's attacking vulnerable communities. I agree.
I mean, she's been attacking vulnerable communities for a while now.
Healed something in me a little to see that she's the fourth most blocked person on this app.
Who are the first three people? Like, who are the first free people? He was a principal journalist. So if you're a fascist like the McCarthyist, then you are the enemy. Yeah, he was a principal journalist and he paid a price for it. I've seen a very good documentary about it. He certainly has paid a price for his principled stances. But he has done a lot of good work, so, you know, sometimes your life might not end up super cheery and roses and rain and sunshine, but you know what? Sometimes being principled is worth it. And doing good, valuable work. Sticking to your guns, so to speak.
I don't know if you guys knew that,
Against all odds.
but like you can publicly see, you know, who blocks who through third-party services on Blue Sky or whatever. And like you can actually see like the rank of like most blocked people. And this is true. She's like one of the she's in the top 5 most blocked people on Blue Sky. It's really funny. Anyway, it's a lovely afternoon.
I still wonder who the first 3 people are.
I have peppers to blister. One more thing. I hope that clears up why she is mentioned 0 times in my book, especially because she always got mad at me for saying GG was about things beyond women in games and spoke to a worrying tide of capitalizing on otherisms, which was the entire point of the damn book. Petty of me to never mention her, maybe, but it wasn't about just us. And God, there's nothing in the world Bree hated more than not being talked about. Yo, true. This is so true. I often think like a lot of the really like, you know, insane.
JD Vance is first? You're kidding. Really? Really? Wait, JD Vance is on Blue Sky? Is that true? Is that even real? Is Donald Trump on Elon? Elon Musk is on Blue Sky? I don't believe that. To answer Entropy Fan, it is not that Tipster commentary is insightful, but he was showing Zoe Queen's post and made it accessible. That is why Tipster is the one that I'm watching.
Shit that Brianna Wu will say on Twitter is clearly just to get attention. Like, they don't care if the attention they're getting is like negative or positive. As long
Very strange person this Brianna Wu is. I'm not sure if I've ever interacted with Brianna Wu directly.
as they're getting attention, like that's all they need. I 100% agree with this. Brianna Wu loves attention, good or bad. So good on Zoe Quinn for the call out. You know, like this is like, holy shit, this is unfucking real.
Unreal.
But, you know, as somebody who's had my own experiences with Brianna Wu,
I don't think I've had any. I've had experiences with Brianna Wu's acolytes. I don't think I've had any direct experience with her. I don't know. I don't think so. That happens, right? So I guess I'm going to go to the toilet now real quick, and then I'm going to be back, and I'm going to cover some more topics that I wanted to cover, but did not have the chance last night. And then, you know.
Let's say I believe this retelling of events because it really does seem on brand for her. So, holy shit.
I wanted to talk about...
What is this? U.S. intelligence Iran being suppressed? 17 hours ago. Oh, yeah. I've covered this. I've covered the fact that the early intelligence said that the Iran damage was not as big as expected. Actually was pretty underwhelming. Did not destroy the Fort Fordo facility. And then Trump sort of did his best to cover it up. But, you know. Very interesting stuff indeed. From what I read, he made an account and they blocked him after 12 minutes. JD Vance made him. It would have been hilarious if Trump was on Blue Sky, but I doubt it. I highly doubt it. Made an account. Jesus. I wonder if it was really him. If it was a real JD Vance account. Okay. I'm going to the toilet. I'm giving you a, what do you call it? We call it a poll, okay? We can answer in the poll. You can be active participants of this stream. This wonderful, active, energetic stream. All right. I'm going to be right back. What is the next topic? I'm going to give you... We have a few. We have the Supreme Court ruling about... the other Supreme ruling. Oh, yeah. We have the Supreme ruling on the birth citizenship. We can talk about birth citizenship and why it's great and why Trump wants to do away with it. We can have also
Donald Trump.
There's this guy that talks. I don't want to see this guy's commentary, but he shows those clips from Donald Trump that I want to watch when he talks about topics such as birth citizenships, etc. And he is so proud of it. He's so proud of working hard to dismantle birth citizenship. So that is a topic that I sort of want to talk about because I think that is a thing that the United States does really well, and trying to get rid of it is detrimental. And then we can also talk about the great, big, beautiful bill, which according to polls will flop, but we'll see. There's a video by Bernie Sanders that talks about the big, beautiful bill, actually. So that we can do this. Let's do everything we can to defeat Trump's big, beautiful bill. 10-minute video by Bernie Sanders on Bernie Sanders' YouTube account. So that is a thing that we can do. We can talk about Orban's crackdown on the LGBT. So Hungary, once again. And yeah. So those are like some of the cursory options. Will democracy fall again and we shall have a stalemate? Maybe. Maybe. Very possible. So, there you go. I'm going to the toilet now, and please be sure to vote. Please be sure to engage. Lock in. Another poll for topic? Yeah, if topic wins, then I'm gonna do another poll for the topic itself. Why not? I'm gonna do it when I'm back. I vote next topic. Thank you very much. And we'll be right back from the toilet. Also, if you like what I do, consider joining lucyhazard.org/live and donating or subscribing. Because I'm still gathering money for Ukraine. Oh. All right. 3 votes out of 7 people here, of course. Right, that's it. So I'm gonna do another poll. Choose topic. The next topics are Big Beautiful Bill with some conservative lawmakers apparently have not even read. Well, lawmakers, some members that will vote for it have not even read. Big Beautiful Bill, birthright citizenship, adoption. We're gonna give you 3 because why not? Why not? Why the hell not? Am I? What do you write? Birthright. I'm pretty sure I wrote it correctly. Beard. Right. No, I wrote it correctly. Hungary LGBT crackdown. I mean, it'll be ranked based on percentage. So that's a way to make a ranked choice. The biggest amount of percentage is number 1. Second biggest percentage is number 2. And the other is 3. That's the way to rank it. Oh yeah, we can also mention, we can also watch in passing Destiny giving the IDF advice on how to hide war crimes, I guess. Just don't film it, brothers and sisters from the IDF. Just simply don't, don't film it. And it's fine. It's all gonna be good. Funny. Vote BBB. Excellent. Excellent. Thank you very much. BBB. Big Beautiful Bill. Okay. Can we get more than 2 votes, please? Let me see what other beautiful topics I've got here today for you. Yes, the LGBT books. The US. Notable debts. Europe. Oh yeah, let's check out the Iran thing as well. Probably new updates. Oh. Oh. Senate fails to advance Iran war powers resolution. Uh-oh. That's not good. Well. Hmm. Apparently no new news yet. It's always hilarious with these polls on this channel. Thank you very much for that. Flip a coin. I hate flipping coins. Let me wait a bit more. Pet my dog. Fido. Revolt. I'll change too late. You made your bed. Hold on. Let me see if there are any news. New news that I can find. Poland and Germany connect atomic clocks with 690-kilometer fiber optic link to accurately measure time. How impressive. Europe must produce millions of drones to counter Russian threat, says EU Commissioner. How impressive. Once again. A beautiful dog. That's true. Fido is a beautiful dog. The most beautiful dog. I'll show him. Show him to you. Fido. Fido. Yeah, that's right. Baby boy. Yeah, that's right. Aw. Did you miss him some calcium? I think he's hot. As in, he is temperature. But his nose is warm. Apparently, if a dog's nose is warm, they're like feeling hot or they might be ill. But I don't think my dog is ill. Go for BBB. Okay. Manhunt enters second day as Polish double murder suspect remains at large. Well, there's a shooter in Poland. Poland is rearming faster than it can find soldiers. This is interesting, actually. I want to read that at some point on stream. Oh, residential building targeted in the Odessa. What do you know? Far-right threat to Hungary's banned Pride March. Countries issued travel warnings. We have consensus. Oh, big beautiful bill. Free votes. Wonderful. Well, now we can do a topic. We're gonna watch a Bernie Sanders video on the big beautiful bill. Thank you all for this gift of the third vote. Thank you very much. How beautiful. How beautiful. Just like the bill. Just like the big beautiful bill. Fascinating. Hold on, let me check something real quick before we continue. We do have a consensus, and I love to see it. 10-minute video with Bernie Sanders. Let's do everything we can to defend Trump's big, beautiful bill. Apparently, Bernie Sanders is the most popular politician in the entirety of the United States. Do you like Bernie Sanders? Are you a Bernie bro or sis? Or NB?
Thanks very much for joining me.
You're
I
welcome.
recognize that this is a pretty crazy time. There's a lot of stuff that's going on. The bad news, Trump launched an unconstitutional attack against Iran. Clearly,
I actually watched Bernie Sanders' video before he did it, okay? And he was talking about how Israel did a crime by attacking Iran pretty much, and then said that it would be a disaster if the United States joined in. And then what happened? The United States joined in. So we are where we are, just saying.
he hasn't read the Constitution of the United States. Only Congress has the right to take our country into a war.
And yet here we are. So
The extremist Netanyahu government in Israel continues to starve the children there and shoot down innocent people, a real horror. In America, people are walking the streets of our country and they're being picked up by masked federal agents,
ICE.
thrown into vans without any due process, being taken to detention centers.
Due process is a thing of the past. Like the dodo bird.
Supreme Court just today made some very bad decisions. That's the bad news, and it's pretty bad. But here's some good news. The good news is
Who are the
that
good-
Zohran Mamdani has won the Democratic primary for mayor of New York City.
That is excellent news, but the bad news is that the Democratic Party seems weirdly torn about it, which just baffles me. Okay, the moment that a real progressive person wins anything, the Democratic Party is just, I don't know, perplexed.
And he has laid out an agenda that reflects the needs of a struggling working class.
Yeah, it just feels like the Democratic Party is struggling to keep up with the program.
He has taken on all of the big money interest in New York, the landlords, the billionaires, Wall Street, all of these guys. They spent a lot of money trying to defeat him, but he won. And what's interesting, and something that we'll have to observe, is will the Democratic leadership learn the lesson from his campaign? And that is that if you are prepared to stand up and fight for working families and take on the greed of corporate interest, you can create grassroots excitement. You can get thousands of people out on the street knocking on doors, and you can win elections.
Yeah.
Well, the
And it also shows that the left-wing messaging works, that you can actually want to give people what they want and win. You don't have to appease to the right. You don't have to creep more and more towards right-wing policy, especially socially. And you can just, you know, be a human being and win. Let's just say that.
Democratic leadership learn that lesson? Well, we will see.
So far, the results are mixed on the learned lesson.
But in the midst of all of that and more, a lot of stuff going on every single day,
Yeah.
I wanted to take this opportunity to briefly discuss with you a bill that will likely be on the U.S. Senate floor within a couple of days. And that legislation is one of the worst and most dangerous
True.
pieces of legislation ever brought forth in modern history. It is
True.
terrible. The so-called reconciliation bill. Trump's big, beautiful bill.
It's like all the horrible things you can think of packed into a single bill. And it caused a tear between Elon Musk and Donald Trump. Let's not forget the big beautiful bill
That he and the Republican leadership are attempting to rush through the Senate right now is a rather extraordinary piece of legislation. In many respects, given
Although according to polling, the bill will fail. A lot more people apparently are against it, according to the current polling.
the crises facing our country, this bill does exactly the opposite of what should be done.
I'm so shocked that Trump would think of the opposite solutions to those that we actually need.
Whether you are a Democrat, a Republican, or an independent, you know that our current healthcare system is broken, it is dysfunctional, it is cruel, and it is wildly expensive and getting more and more expensive every day. Despite spending almost twice as much per capita on healthcare as the people of any other nation, some 85 million Americans today are uninsured or underinsured. And
Expensive.
pathetically, we remain the only major country on earth not to guarantee health care to all people as a human right. So, given that
happens.
reality of a broken, dysfunctional healthcare system, how does this reconciliation bill address
Healthcare?
that crisis?
Let's listen.
Does it expand healthcare
No.
to cover more Americans
Oh, you're
and
kidding.
lower the number of uninsured?
Are you kidding?
Does it take on the greed of the insurance companies and the drug
Okay,
companies
these are all rhetorical questions.
who make tens and tens of billions of dollars every year by ripping off the people of our country? Is that what this reconciliation bill does?
No.
Not quite.
Oh,
In fact, it does exactly the opposite.
not
This
quite.
bill, if enacted, would make the largest cuts to healthcare in our nation's history. It would
Oh, wow.
make a terrible situation in healthcare even worse. And it does all of that, make massive cuts in order to
Well,
pay.
Trump needs to get the money for his golden dome. Isn't that right? Doesn't Trump need some money for some project spending? He has to get it somewhere, and cuts to healthcare seems like as any good places, you know.
For the largest tax break for billionaires
Oh, okay. Never mind.
in our nation's history.
I guess healthcare will offset the billionaire cuts.
The Congressional Budget Office has estimated that this legislation would cut Medicaid in the Affordable Care Act by over $1 trillion.
That's
These
nothing.
cuts, along with ending the enhanced premium credits in the Affordable Care Act, will lead to 16 million people losing their health insurance. 16 million people.
Now listen, the US has 300 million people, so what is 16 million in the face of that? Am I right? You can't make an egg without breaking a... We can make an omelet without breaking a few eggs.
That's not just me talking. That is what the director of the Congressional Budget Office, nonpartisan organization, has told us.
Fake news.
This bill, further for the first time, forces millions of Medicaid recipients who make as little as $16,000 a year to
Well,
pay.
they should have made more money. They should have pulled themselves up by their bootstraps or whatever, and they should have had better jobs, should have made more money, should have made better financial decisions, and it would have been fine. There you go. That is what I have to say.
A $35 copayment every time they visit a doctor. And what will be the impact of that? It's not rocket science. I think we can all figure it out. If people don't have access to healthcare, if they lose their health insurance, if they can't go to a doctor when they need to, if people have to pay a deductible they can't afford to pay, ordinary people, low-income people, working-class people will suffer, and tens of thousands will die. The Yale Yale University School of Public Health and the University of Pennsylvania estimated that if this reconciliation
Okay,
bill
let's
is
hear the
enacted,
data.
over 50,000 Americans will die unnecessarily each and every year. 50,000 Americans. That's what we're talking about here. Not only would millions of Americans lose their health insurance and tens of thousands of our constituents needlessly die. If this legislation is enacted,
That's a pretty big omelet, I will admit.
rural hospitals
Very big omelet. I'm impressed.
all over this country that are already struggling would be forced to shut down, lay off workers, or substantially reduce the vital healthcare services they provide. In other words, this bill, on top of everything else, would be a disaster for rural America, which, as everybody knows, is struggling right now. Further, when Trump and the Republicans in Congress make massive cuts to Medicaid, they're also making massive cuts to community health centers, which provide primary health care to 32 million low-income and working-class Americans. Community health centers rely on Medicaid for 43.
What does that mean, Poop Lord? I have no clue what you're trying to say, Poop Lord. It's... no, Bernie Sanders is not... I think you're mistaking him with someone else, okay? Okay, what are cuts to illegal immigrants? And if by love Israel you mean condemns the genocide that is happening in Gaza, then I have no clue what you mean. You have to elaborate, Poop Lord. You have to go beyond your poop heritage and use your sentences and elaborate on what you mean. Because so far, I'm not impressed. Poop Lord 6832. Nope. Should dual citizens be considered enemies? I have no clue what that means. I have no clue what that means. I have no clue what any of that means. Don't ask me, okay? Ask Poop Lord.
% of their revenue. So when you cut hundreds of billions of dollars in Medicaid, you're significantly cutting back on the access that millions of low-income and working Americans will have to the primary care they need. And at a time when some 22% of our seniors are trying to survive on less than $15,000 a year, this legislation will make it much harder for seniors and people with disabilities to receive the care they desperately need in nursing homes. Medicaid, in fact, provides over 60% of the revenue nursing homes rely on.
Wow. Well, I guess no more nurseries then.
So let us be clear. This legislation is the most significant attack on the healthcare needs of the American people.
I mean, this bill attacks more than just healthcare, but it's nice that this video focuses on just one aspect of the big, beautiful bill. Bernie is a bit of an eggshell, walking centrist on Israel, condemning Hamas too much for public decency, but yeah, Poop Lord is obviously an actual Nazi.
And it would substantially increase the uninsured rate in every state in our country, every state. If this legislation was signed into law, the uninsured rate in my own state of Vermont would go up from 3.3 to 6%. In Louisiana, 6.7 to 12.4%.
Oh, wow.
State of Washington, 6.2 to 11%.
From Maryland.
In Florida, hear
Oh.
this, the uninsured rate would go up from 10.4 to over 18%. And
Oh,
on and
no.
on it goes in every state in this country. But this bill not only devastates our healthcare system, that's not good enough for these guys.
Of course.
Now they want to go after nutrition
I
programs.
mean, it has a lot of pages. It's a big bill. I assure you, it touches on a lot of things, okay? And some people, again, that have voted for or against it, have not even read it. Marjorie Taylor Greene being a prime example.
Programs for hungry kids and seniors. This bill would cut $290 billion from nutrition programs. It would slash education funding
I fear your name should be summoned.
by
Oh no.
$350 billion.
Dollars.
So this bill is in essence
it's big,
exactly
but it's
what
not very
Trumpism
beautiful.
is about.
Uh-huh.
And what that says is that we are rich and powerful, we got it all, and we're going to go after the most vulnerable people in our society in order to become even richer. We're going to throw
Fair
poor
enough.
people, low-income people off of healthcare, off of nutrition, make it harder for these kids to get an education so we can give massive tax breaks to billionaires who, in fact, have never, ever had it so good. So, friends, this bill is a total disaster. Let us do everything that we can to defeat it. Please give your member of Congress a call. Let them know how you feel about it. Thank you very much.
Oh.
Thank you all very much.
Oh, and you wait, hold on, let's see. Bernie Sanders does some good stuff.
The
Let me
reason
see.
that
Video. There we go. Bernie Sanders talks to Joe Rogan about the humanitarian crisis in Gaza because someone just said that Bernie Sanders was such a huge fan of Israel, such a big lover of Israel. So let us put this to the test.
Right now, as we speak, Joe, children are starving to death because of Israel's blockades.
yeah.
Starving to death. And I brought forth two resolutions, which basically were very simple, and they said no more U.S. military aid to Israel under these conditions. One vote got 15 votes in the Senate, and the other one got 16.
There you go. Bernie Sanders wants to block military aid to Israel. Sounds like a real person that really loves Israel no matter what, doesn't he? Yeah, that's enough. No mods are here, so that's enough. There you go. I think we've got enough of that. By the way, Joe Rogan seems to be more open-minded these days. There was a period where he was all pro-Trump. Joe Rogan is not the best. He should stick to, I don't know, fighting sports or whatever, and leave politics to, I don't know, someone that knows their stuff.
Do you think that members of the Senate do not know what's going on in Gaza? The kids are starving to death. The innocent people are being shot down right and left. They know it. Why do you think I couldn't get more votes?
They wouldn't vote against Israel.
Right.
It's
why-
political suicide.
Now you're talking.
Right.
All right. So in the Republican side, you have moneyed interests saying you speak up against Trump, you're out of here. In the Democratic side, You speak up against the Netanyahu government, you're out of here as well. And they have been successful. You
There
have
you
super
go.
PACs
Wow.
like APAC.
Wow, damn, that Bernie Sanders really plays defense for Israel, doesn't he?
Spending a fortune. You stand, and they have already knocked off a number of members of Congress, good members of Congress, and they will do it again. So all I'm saying is you got a corrupt campaign finance system on both sides, which is rejecting the will of the American people and end up supporting powerful special interests. And if we do not get a handle on that issue, I worry very much about the future of American democracy.
Well, it's already pretty much in jeopardy, but there you go. There you have it. I think I have made my point about Bernie Sanders and Israel. Or rather, Bernie Sanders has made the point on his own. I feel like the point has been made. I feel like this has been a very, very constructive all right. Phew. A little bit. All right. We've done the big, beautiful bill. And now maybe we can talk about another thing, which would be Viktor Orban and LGBT. Let's see what the chat is up to. Ukrainian Constitution Day. Today is. Wow. Beautiful. What a beautiful day today. The Ukrainian Constitution Day. Oh. I'm feeling a little bit tired. Oh yeah, birthright citizenship. That is the other thing that we can do. Death Stranding 2 is out. Did you know? Did you know that Death Stranding 2 is out now? Huh. No, I did not know. Well, it is. Mercado Gaming is playing it with 795 people watching. Yes, I am. Hit to finish the first game. Well, now's your chance. In order to have motivation to play the second one. You will now have the motivation to play the second game. Also, like the stream. I'm noticing that there's only like 6 likes. Though technically speaking, there's only 5 people watching now, so there's more likes than people watching. Blah, 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 blah. Here. Here. Well done. Well done. I'm very happy with these results. Very nice. Very well done indeed. Okay, let's go to the topic. I'm gonna go grab a dessert because we are doing a long thing. Was the second one required? I mean, people like the first one, so they probably require the second one. Supreme Court ruling sparks uncertainty over birthright citizenship. I'm gonna talk about it. Trump is very proud of this, okay? Immigration impact. I'm gonna give a whole new big intro to it and then we can discuss it. Trump is basically trying to butcher all that makes America great, ironically enough. All that is great about America, Trump is trying to actively butcher. If you don't find it ironic, then I don't know.
It's a very big
then I don't know what, okay? And I don't know what to tell you. Alright, I'll be right back with my little dessert. I assume that it's still there. And if it's not, then I'll be really sad. And I'll have to do the segment very sad. We lost our yeah. Oh my god. The controller fell. Apologies, I banned the person, okay? I don't have the patience. Apologies. Like, I'm not a big fan of an anti-Semite being 1/3 of my entire audience on stream, okay? What's a Kojima game? So I expect a lot of cutscenes in the beginning and the end. Gameplay wise, you have to see yourself because some people will find it extremely boxing while others very relaxing. So there you go. Be right back. No dessert. Never-ending wish list. Well, boxing. I mean, I like boxing. I've been watching some boxing lately. All right. How does everybody feel with all the news that we've covered so far? Any thoughts? Anything? How has the stream been so far? Is it so windy at your place as well? No, not right now. Actually pretty warm and calm out here. Oh yeah. If you like what I do, if you think that it's worth doing, then, you know, here's the link. Also, oh. Okay. Better get her, Bamera. I have to get a microphone to use with the laptop when I'm in Ukraine. Okay, let's go with this. Supreme Court ruling sparks uncertainty over birthright citizenship. Birthright citizenship basically is what the name implies. If you are born on the territory of the United States, you are a citizen of the United States, okay? I think it's one of the best things that the United States has to offer. I feel like it makes perfect sense that if you're born somewhere, you are you are a citizen of that place. And apparently, Trump does not agree with that. Trump sees this differently. We actually have his statement about it somewhere around here. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I want to hear it. There's a clip. One of these clips is about him talking about it. Let me see. By the frame. I want to be... There you go. To the very exact frame.
This was a big one, wasn't it? This was a big decision. An amazing decision, one that we're very happy about. Really.
A very amazing decision. Is this going to be about birthright citizenship?
It's been an amazing period of time, this last hour. There are people elated all over the country. I've seen such happiness and spirit.
Yes, it's like...
Okay, this is not the clip, but let me see what everybody's so happy about. This clip definitely will be the one about the citizenship.
And some of the cases we're talking about would be ending birthright citizenship, which now comes to the fore. That was meant for the babies of slaves. It wasn't meant for people trying to scam the system and come in.
What does that mean, scam the system? If you're born in the US and you think that you can just be a citizen, then you are scamming the system somehow.
To the country on a vacation. And again, I say, if you look at the end of the Civil War, the 1800s, it was a very turbulent time. If you take the end day, was it 1869 or whatever?
So, yeah.
Or whatever.
Time. If you take the end day, was it 1869 or whatever?
1869 or whatever. But the point is, according to Trump, if you are born in the US and let's say you are born to undocumented immigrants in the US, then your birth is basically just coming to, you're trying to scam the system by being born here and you're just here on vacation. Perfect. This is such solid logic. And that is exactly why the United States should give up on birth citizenship immediately. What the hell am I hearing? This is so stupid, but I guess for Trump it's just par for the course. And now we have a Supreme Court ruling about it, I guess.
Well, since today's Supreme Court's ruling did not directly address the issue of birthright citizenship, it leaves hundreds of thousands of families here in the U.S. in legal limbo as the administration argues it does not apply to illegal immigrants. For more, I'm joined by our immigration reporter, Camilo Montoya Galvez. Good to see you here.
This is ridiculous. Any person born on the soil of the United States should be a citizen. Like, to me, how is it that it makes perfect sense to me? I'm not even American, and I think that this is something that is very good about the United States. One of those things that makes America great, unironically. But I guess Trump wants to gut everything that makes America great. Technically, anyone can be considered a non-citizen now, correct? I'm pretty sure that there aren't many indigenous Americans. I mean, technically speaking, if Trump does away with fair trial, then anybody could actually be considered non-citizen. And, I don't know, deported to some foreign prison. Brilliant.
So what could this mean for birthright citizenship? Because I think that a lot of people are looking at that. There's a number of people in this country who are here by way of parents who were born in this country. But we know that this administration has tried to make that distinction.
You know that I'm pretty sure that if this law was in effect years ago, Bernie Sanders would not be a citizen, I think. Hold on. I have to check something. I have to look back.
What could this apply to illegal
immigrants? Oh, illegal. I think Bernie Sanders' parents were legal, but...
For more, I'm joined by our immigration reporter, Camilo Montoya Galvez. Good to see you here. So what could this mean for birthright citizenship? Because I think that a lot of people are looking at that. There's a number of people in this country who are here by way of parents who were born in this country. But we know that this administration has tried to make that distinction.
Well, if it takes effect, Dorica, the president's proclamation would deny birthright citizenship to the children of people who are in the country illegally, but also immigrants who are here on temporary visas.
Oh, I take it back. Depending on when Bernie Sanders was born, he would not have been a citizen, because I'm pretty sure when was I have to look it up now. Bernie Sanders. This is incredible. I have to check it. For September 8th, 1941. When did Bernie Sanders' parents come to the US? Bernie Sanders' father immigrated to the United States in 1921. Oh no, the mom was born in the US. In 1921. No, they probably had... How long do you have to be in the US to get a citizenship? What could possibly be the benefit of getting rid of it? Turn the US into UAE? To make it easier to deport people, I suppose.
such as tourists or business travelers. But again, that is a very big if. And the Supreme Court is allowing the Department of Homeland Security and state to develop and issue guidance to enforce this proclamation if the courts allow it to take effect. On paper, his proclamation is set to take effect in the next 30 days. But as Jessica explained, there's going to be litigation across the country throughout federal courts to decide the question of whether it's actually constitutional and legal. But it is important to note that some organizations have already filed class action lawsuits to try to block it through a different legal mechanism.
It's ridiculous. Okay, it's one of the defining things of the United States that if you're born in the US, you're a US citizen.
Judge after judge, Sharika, has already found that this is likely at odds with the US Constitution.
What does this mean for non-citizens who either have or are planning to have children here?
It's a critical question. We know that this is causing a lot of uncertainty and confusion because this order, if enacted again, would apply to a very significant number of people. One study found that 250,000 babies, if this is enacted, would be born here without U.S. citizenship.
Deport them all, I guess.
Each year. We're talking.
Oh, each year. I guess, okay, I guess this is the amount of babies that are going to have to be deported yearly.
About hundreds of thousands of babies annually. So this is a really significant population. And not only would they be born without U.S. citizenship, but without access to key benefits and services, and they would become part of the broader undocumented population.
And I understand before.
Brilliant. Deport them all.
You have new reporting about Haitian migrants in this country and Trump administration ending certain protections.
The Trump administration is terminating the temporary protected status legal program for hundreds of thousands of Haitian immigrants who are living in the U.S. and who currently are protected from deportation. But starting on September 2nd, they will be forced to leave the country voluntarily or become undocumented and potentially face arrest and deportation. The administration is telling these Haitians, about 350,000 of them, to leave now or face arrest and
In fact, I'm pretty sure at some point Ukrainian refugees have received a letter to leave, but I guess that was a mistake.
deportation.
There you have it.
What were you doing before?
I was studying philosophy.
I love how... Let me see some more.
These farms fed.
Let me see if we can see some more Trump quotes.
Or whatever. The sitting president of the United States of America just yada, yada, yada about everything that he was asked.
We're going to have a signing with Rwanda and the Congo.
I have a follow-up.
So I'm a little out of my league in that one because I didn't know too much about it. I knew one thing. They were going...
yeah, because you're totally in your league with the other things, especially Ukraine, right? Especially when it comes to that. Let's see.
He took to social media posting, "Too many non-working holidays in America. It's costing our country billions of dollars to keep all of these businesses closed."
People have too many days when they can rest. Let's take it all away. Oh my goodness. Make America great again. In fact, why not increase the workday to 16 hours instead of just, I don't know, 9 to 5. Let's go all in. Let's just make people work 16 or 20 hours per day. Do you know how many billions of dollars it costs the US to have people work such short hours?
Seriously? Donald Trump is the king of holidays. The guy just spent $45 million of taxpayer money celebrating Flag Day, a holiday.
Brilliant. Brilliant. Let me see. More Trump quotes.
Ruling that
these are the best.
Parents with religious objections can pull their kids.
Oh yeah, I'm so including this. I'm so including this in my segment about the LGBT books. Oh, I'm so including this.
Out of Supreme Court ruling that parents with religious objections can pull their kids out of public school lessons that use LGBTQ materials. Pam brought it up. Your reaction to that ruling today, sir?
I think the ruling was a great ruling, and I think it's a great ruling for parents.
Ah, yes. What a victory for parents out there.
It's a great ruling for parents that want to turn their kids into bigots and uneducated adults. Brilliant. Prince This is such a... I'm so including this bit because it's great. Make America great again.
Respect to women, and I love women. I say that in all due respect to women, and I love women. But this is a guy that was all man. This man was strong and tough. And I refuse to say it, but
Unlike
when
Trump.
he took showers with the other pros, they came out of there, they said, oh my God. That's unbelievable.
What? Oh, this... What is he trying to say?
Anyway, where were we?
What is he trying to say? It's like a true to be a true. True. Socialists, true.
Still have questions about the 2020 election. And speaking of rogue judges, would you consider appointing somebody at DOJ maybe to investigate the judges that allowed for the political persecution of you, your family, and your supporters during the Biden administration?
Tell you what, I've heard of remote work, but I never thought we'd see a journalist reporting from inside of Trump's colon. Remember the days when peddlers of conspiracy theories were sidelined and ostracized by society for promoting false narratives that undermine the very fabric of our democracy? Well, apparently, those days are over. But as far as Trump is concerned, like all of Matt Gaetz's dates, these questions never get old.
I love you. Who are you?
I'm Clara from Lindell TV.
Well, it's just a very nice question.
Now, I want you to
Very nice question. Hold on. Love this. Hold on.
To a bloody, horrific war that's gone on for decades. To a bloody, horrific peace in Africa. To a bloody, horrific secured peace in Africa. To a bloody, horrific war that's gone on for decades, and no other president could do it. Do you think the mainstream media will finally...
I love her, I'm telling you. But you're right, no other president could do it. They tried, and they didn't even try, I actually don't think they tried. Do you think Biden tried? He didn't know he was alive.
Do you think the mainstream media will finally give you credit where credit is due?
No, the media will never give me credit.
Who the hell is this non-credit giving media you speak of? Because from where I'm sitting, you just got a boatload of credit from the media in the Oval Office.
Well, whatever. Yeah, but he won't ever get credit from that other media that he never gets credit from, I guess.
You know, only the world's most petty man can claim to be a victim while getting exactly what he wants.
Go down as a peacemaker. You're also going to go down with the president who had 0 border crossings. And you're going to go down as a peacemaker. You're also going to go down with the president who had 0...
A peacemaker that bombed Iran, failed in negotiations between Ukraine and Russia. You're brilliant. What a peacemaker.
No border crossings in May. You secured the border most than anybody has ever done. But I don't know if you know this. You're on track right now to have the lowest murder rate in history in this country. Would you want to comment on that? You might go down as the murder lowest.
Yeah, no media will ever give him praise, huh?
Murder rate in U.S. history, President Trump.
I saw that the other day, and it's an honor.
Is it an honor? Because I don't see a ton of honor in using right-wing hack journalists as plants just because...
Society and culture in the United States of America. Society and culture. We want to restore a merit-based society and culture in the United States of America.
Oh boy. This is brilliant. Oh yeah, the Supreme Court. Hey Ron, I know we just bombed you and stuff, but how about we give you $30 billion so you can do what you were doing in the sites we bombed? The art of the deal. Hold on, what? In an attempt to bring Iran back to the negotiating table, the Trump administration has discussed the possibility of helping Iran access $30 billion to build a civilian energy producing nuclear program, easing sanctions, and freeing up billions of dollars in restricted Iranian funds, CNN has reported. What? My God. This cannot be real. This can't be real. I refuse to believe this is real. Oh. Oh my God. Ukraine war is over? What? I'm sorry?
Then came Minsk, and especially Minsk II, which, by the way, was modeled on South Tyrolean autonomy. And the Belgians could have related to Minsk II very well. It said there should be autonomy for the Russian-speaking regions in the
Reach out to MAGA? Iran strikes Tel Aviv, flight, sirens sound, ballistic missiles fly across the skies. Uh-oh. Hold on. Any news? I guess not. Maybe I'll Google it. CNN, Israel, Iran, USA, update. There we go. Bodies begin to arrive at the cemetery for burial. Netanyahu, confident, set to visit DC Monday, source says, ahead of potential Trump meeting. Twelve-day conflict. Oh, I've seen this. I guess no new big news. Are there protests going on in Iran? Actually, don't know. We might have to check. We might have to check. Oh yeah, okay, we're gonna do one last topic and then I guess we can finish for now. We've done quite a lot. Depending on how they suppress it, it could be informative. We could read about it, yeah. One moment, I'm gonna do something real quick and then I'll be back and then we can continue. I had to go get dinner because, you know. Baby boy. How is everybody doing? Is anybody still here? Oh, wrong mouse. Isn't that right? Ada. Hello. Oh yeah, Ahmad is on YouTube. Socialix Mr. Nazi. His username will be, I've been told, is problematic. I'm waiting the next 2 months to change it. Why is Zip is preferred? Wait, why is this name problematic? Hello, Yoda? What is your name problematic again? Also welcome, new Twitch viewer. I will wait for 2 months to change their name. How did you find this stream? Okay, I'm gonna mute myself while I eat dinner. I see. And how did you find the stream? Are you new to this stream? Do you know who I am? Have you ever watched this stream before? Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to. Gonna have to walk Fido after this. The wrench. Moderators on YouTube have the wrench icon thing. So yeah, that's a thing. Whoa, 7 likes, thank you. 8 likes, thank you very much. Wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful. Screen watcher referred. I have been briefed. Oh, nice. Thank you very much. Also, if you like what I do, etc., then consider coming to lucyhazard.org/live. Really had to moderate. Well, you've missed a Nazi today that I banned myself. Oh, 9 likes. Oh, on my end it just shows 8. I thought that maybe someone else. YouTube. I was on YouTube. I hit them. All right, let's talk about. I don't need the headphones for this. Let us talk about Hungary Another LGBTQ plus topic. Oh, no, it's okay. Thank you, Socialix, for being here. Thank you, thank you. One more. I'm sorry. Yeah, Fido. Fido is barking at me. Can you hear him? Oi, 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 not so. Not so. Not so. He wants something from me, but I have no clue what it is. Fido? Fido? Not so. Not so. I have phrased this streamer does say, oh, you'd like, so someone must have taken it back. Uh-huh. Someone disliked my stream. Fido. Not so. What's going on? What does he want? I don't understand. He's playing with his horn. Give attention and snuggles. I can't, I have to stream. Because I need to gain some funds for Ukraine. And then I have a lot of other work to do. When will you do the Empire stream? Preferably on Sunday. I have to prepare, well, which is tomorrow. So maybe tomorrow, we'll see. Okay. I have to prepare it though. How many people are? Hungarian Prime Minister vows legal consequences for attendees of LGBT Pride Month. Okay, God, I'm so tired. I have to read this again. I have to read the headline again because I have failed. I failed at reading. That's me. That is me indeed. Hungarian Prime Minister vows legal consequences for attendees of LGBT Pride March. Because as we all know, hopefully we are all sort of viewers of this stream, Hungary has banned effectively Pride March because Hungary is on an anti-LGBT crusade. And Viktor Orban has prided himself as a politician that does not use violence against protesters. He does not involve police. He does not sort of break down protests. There have been many protests in Hungary, and he does not use the police force to scatter the protests. That is the thing that sort of that is the thing that makes Orban in his reign a bit unique. So he goes about this in a little bit more roundabout way, so to speak. And you'll find out what I mean as we read this. Hungary's right-wing Prime Minister has threatened legal consequences for people organizing or attending the Budapest Pride March planned for Saturday in violation of a police ban on the event, which basically means we might not scatter the protest, we might not beat you up with sticks as you protest, but you know what? If you attend, there might just be an arrest warrant. There might be a fine waiting for you. Who knows? There will be consequences, okay? If you want to go, go. We won't do anything to you during the protest. But who knows? Who knows what sort of legal consequences await you? Viktor Orban told state radio that police could disperse the banned event, but that Hungary is a civilized country, and the task for police is to convince people to obey the law or threaten with legal consequences, which can also be a deterrent, right? Again, I like I said, more subtle methods. We're not gonna do anything to you, but we are going to persuade you to leave because the consequences will be real. There we go. He said, "We are adults, and I recommend that everyone should decide what they want. Keep to the rules, and if they don't, they should face the clear legal consequences." Because, you know, that is such interesting way to frame it. You are an adult. This thing is illegal, so if you do it, you will have to face consequences. So all you have to do is make certain groups existing illegal, and voila. A Hungarian government spokesman quoted Orban as saying that physical violence must not be used. Because, like, Orban is actually pretty smart in this way, that he does not use violence against protests and marches, etc. Because usually what happens when violence is used against protests and marches is that the situation escalates and just becomes a bigger protest, which I believe in the current Hungarian climate could be fatal for Orban. But it doesn't change the fact that quietly, after the fact, legal consequences can still be enacted. Just like he said here, we are adults. If they don't keep to the rules, they should face the clear legal consequences. So at the end of the day, he gets his. That is the whole idea behind it. Freedom versus tradition. Hungary's parliament, in which Orban nationalist Fidesz party holds a large majority, passed a legislation in March that created a legal basis for police to ban LGBTQ+ marches on the grounds that protecting children would supersede the right to assemble. Protect the children against what exactly? What are the children being protected against? It also lets police use facial recognition cameras to identify people who attend, as well as to impose fines. See? Just what I said. You won't be dispersed. You won't be forced to leave. You won't be beaten. Nothing will happen to you. But we will use facial recognition software on you, and we will send you a hefty bill. We will send you a fine for attending. Thank you. The Budapest Pride March has pitted the capital's mayor and local authority, which support the event, against the government in a clash between civil liberties and traditional values. Orbán also took aim to the European Commission's president, Ursula von der Leyen, after she posted a video on the X platform supporting the annual event, planned to take place for the 30th time on Saturday. The Prime Minister accused von der Leyen of interfering in domestic matters and also called on EU officials to stay away from the parade. Yes, when you call for tolerance in a different country, what you're basically doing is interfering in domestic matters. Brilliant. How dare you interfere in our domestic matters by calling for people to have basic human rights? How dare you? There you have it. What beautiful news for Pride Month. I'm happy to deliver them for you. There's a live broadcast from the band Pride. Interesting. The mayor of Budapest seems like a pretty cool person. We're gonna watch again. It seems like there's a live broadcast from the event. Let's watch it a bit. I wanna see what children are being protected from.
És mindenkinek egyértelmű üzenetét küldte arra vonatkozóan, hogy mit gondol. Hát ugye a melyik szisztémára az persze mindig nagyon nagy kérdés. Az Orbán rendszerről, a kapitalizmus egészéről legyünk jó indulatúak és gondoljuk azt, hogy feltehetően ez egy kapitalizmus kritikus megszólalás volt. Mint ahogy egyébként a Pride maga is alapvetően számos országban és számos helyszínen kifejezetten kapitalizmus kritikus szokott lenni. A magyarországi Pride-on ez általában kevéssé szokott domináns pozíció lenni, de lehet, hogy a mostani Pride-on ilyen üzenetek is megfogalmazódnak majd. És igen, közben, ezt már a zenéből lehet hallani, hogy ez mennyire szűrődik be a közvetítésbe. Megérkezett a menet, legalábbis lehet hallani a kamionokról felzsengő zenét. Itt gyakorlatilag a Buda irányba tartó forgalmat már le is állították. Tehát, hogyha lehet látni, ott szembe a busz, illetve az egyik lila autó most éppen állni látszik, de feltétlenül megpróbálnak tovább haladni még, úgyhogy megkérem az operatőr kollégát, hogy lépjünk arrébb, illetve megkérem azt is, hogy segítsük föl oda, hogy egy jobb képet tudjunk közvetíteni. Tehát egyelőre azt mondom, hogy a kocsi forgalom továbbra is halad. A Kossuth Lajos utcában továbbra is van áthaladó forgalom, viszont rekordmennyiségű ember torlódott fel mindkét oldalra, tehát ha nem is ér ide igazából a menet 1-2 percen belül, feltehetően már csak azért is meg kell majd állítani a forgalmat, mert akkor az áthaladó gyalogos forgalom, hogy az biztonságosan nem is lehet menedzselni akkor, hogyha továbbra is szabad az autós és a buszos közlekedés. Megkérem az operatőr kollégát, hogy menjünk be oda, és egy pillanatra mutassuk meg azt, hogy hogyan érkeznek meg a kamionok, amelyeket a Pride szervezői vonultatnak föl.
You know what? I completely understand now why the event was made illegal. Still, this is such a really cool situation. The government has made this illegal, but the mayor of the city said, no, feel free to come, feel free to attend.
Azt lehet látni, hogy az oktogonnál oltári nagy tömeg torlódott föl, és feltétlenül szeretnének áthaladni. Ugyanakkor egyelőre nem lehet látni, hogy a rendőrség megkezdte volna a Kossuth Lajos utcában átmenő forgalomnak a lezárását. Most néhány ember önszorgalomból elkezdett megindulni, annak ellenére, hogy egyértelmű zárás nincs, és ez a zárás egyébként kifejezetten a Budáról Pestre tartó forgalom esetében látványos. Ott vannak olyan kocsik, amelyek majdnem ilyen félúton állnak, gyakorlatilag az oktogon közepén. Egyedül a pesti oldalról a Buda irányba tartó sávnál lehet látni rendőri zárást, amit 2 rendőrségi furgon tölt be. Ezzel gyakorlatilag elérték azt, hogy a 7-es busz megállója előtti szakasznál már meg van állítva az áthaladó kocsiforgalom, és gyakorlatilag ezzel párhuzamosan az emberek spontán módon el is kezdték kihasználni a lehetőséget, és nagy erőkkel haladnak át. Most közben egy rendőrségi sorfal állt föl az oktogon közepére, akadályozandó az áthaladást. Ugye ezt nehezen lehet értelmezni, mert hogy feltehetően minél elő át tudna haladni a tömeg, annál hamarabb megtörténne a akadályoztatásnak a vége, amit a forgalomban lehet látni. Bocsát, jól mondja az úr, valóban én már egy kicsit meg vagyok gárgyulva itt a hőtől. Az Asztórián állunk, köszönöm szépen a helyesbítést, nagyon kedves. Szóval a lényeg az elnézést, igen, valóban, tehát hogy az Asztóriánál fölállt így középen egy rendőrsorfal, és most megpróbáljuk blokkolni gyakorlatilag az áthaladást. Nem tudom, hogy ez mennyire kivehető a közvetítésben. Ott, ahol láthatjátok a képernyőtökön az EU zászlót lengető ember, tehát az EU zászló leng az Asztória közepén, ott van nagyjából föltorlódva a tömeg, ami, hát hogy mondjam, furcsa rendőrsorfal, mert hogy ez két oldalról simán megkerülhető, tehát jobb oldali irányból és bal oldali irányból is körbe-körbe járható jelenleg a rendőrsorfal. Tehát, hogyha valaki egy kicsit a kocsisor felé elkezd kerülni, akkor akadálytalanul át tud haladni. Őszintén szólva teljességgel értelmezhetetlen és racionális okokkal magyarázhatatlanak tűnik jelen pillanatban, hogy miért akarja a rendőrség akadályozni az átvonulást. Feltehetően magát a rendezvényt akarják ezzel megállásra kényszeríteni, vagy ilyen értelemben akadályoztatni, amit ugye korábban megtiltottak. Tehát az a helyzet, hogy az a rendezvény, ez van, és attól, hogy rendőrsorfal akadályozzák a haladását, attól is még létezik. A rendőrsorfal jelenleg egyetlen dolgot tud elérni, azt, hogy egy elképesztő torlódása alakuljon ki az áthaladó forgalomnak, és hogy minél hamarabb, vagy minél hosszabban kelljen a felvonuló tömegnek az Asztórián állnia, és az áthaladó kocsi forgalomnak pedig szintén stopkolnia. Tehát jelenleg ez egy patthelyzet, aminek feloldása nem látszik. A kocsi forgalom az most már egészen a Ferenciek teréig, ameddig be lehet látni, áll. És mondom még egyszer, tehát a rendőr sorfal nem a kocsi forgalmat állította meg, tehát konkrétan ott a kocsik egészen a Asztória közepéig húzódnak.
I assume that Viktor Orbán thought that the legal consequences would be at the deterrent and that people would not come. It's definitely Hungarian. That's true. Yes, it is. It is Hungarian indeed. We're watching live
hogy mi van pontosan ott a rendőrsorfalnál. Arra kérem a... Igen? Szóval gyertek, kedves, nézzük meg, hogy pontosan hogy néz ki a rendőrsorfal.
Yeah, just don't worry. You're fine. You're fine to do pride in my city. Even though
szóval, amit lehet
Viktor Orbán's government said that it was illegal.
Hogy pont most, mire ideértünk, gyakorlatilag föloszlott a rendőrsorfal. Az előbbiekben itt állt ezen a tengelyen a rendőröknek a sorfal, ami blokkolta, fizikailag akadályozta a továbbhaladását a menetnek. Ez most hirtelen feloszlott. Úgyhogy most jelenleg a tömeg, amely eddig megállásra volt kényszerítve itt az Asztória közepén, most megindult tovább a Kálvin tér irányába, és jelenleg úgy tűnik, hogy akadálymentesen tud haladni.
Jobbra a gépjármű forgás, le kell.
Itt a rendőr arról beszélt az előbbiekben, hogy nyugodtan menjen a gépjármű forgalom. Nehezen tudom elképzelni, hogy hogyan lesz képes a gépjármű forgalom haladni, anélkül, hogy bármilyen komolyabb kárt okozna az emberekben, hiszen kvázi tényleg azt lehet látni, hogy az Asztórián folyamatosan próbálnak haladni az emberek. Ha jól látom, most a másik, ami történt, az az, hogy a Pride aktivisták, rendezők megállítják az Asztóriának a másik oldalán látható embertömeget. Egy pillanatra forduljon át, kérem a kolléga. Tehát azt lehet látni, hogy a Pride aktivisták, rendezők képeznek most sorfalat, és állítják meg az embereket. Feltétlenül ott akarják átengedni akkor majd a kocsi forgalmat. Mindenesetre igazából bármilyen sorfalképzés nehezen tűnik értelmezhetőnek. Itt nyilván az lenne a lényeg, hogy minél hamarabb át tudjon haladni a tömeg az Asztórián, és onnantól kezdve, hogyha ez megtörtént, akkor utána nyilván lehet akadálytalan használni a várost a kocsi forgalomnak is. Hogy ebben most miért kell szakaszolni, ezt nehezen látjuk értelmezhetőnek. Ráadásul azt gondolom, hogy attól, hogy most megállítják a sorfalat, sorfalan megállítják a tömeget, attól az Asztórián most föltorlódott emberek át fognak sorolni egyik vagy másik oldalra. Ez hát meglehetősen illuzórikus feltételezésnek hat. De hát ez a helyzet. Mennyivel egyszerűbb lett volna elfogadni a bejelentését ennek a rendezvénynek, hagyni, hogy rendben levonuljon, és akkor utána mindenki mehetett volna a dolgára, és nem alakult volna ki ez a ex-lex állapot, ami láthatóan számos gyakorlati nehézséget is magával hoz, mint például a forgalomterelés és társai.
I've never seen so much kink in one place. This is gonna open up the kink at Pride discourse all over again. It's gonna be messy, it's gonna be, you know, as always. What song?
Újabb rendőrsorfal, ezúttal a rendőrsorfal az Asztória másik oldalát blokkolja, jó? Ez konkrétan már a teljes abszurd kategóriája. Tehát megpróbálják A. átterelni az embereket az Asztórián minél hamarabb. B. Először beáll egy rendőrsorfal az Asztória közepére.
Speaking of, if anybody wants to join lucyhazard.org/live and donate for my little chest to go to Ukraine, then, you know, feel free. So you, buzia. Right, I think we've watched enough Pride. So I've been truly disgusted. Oh, there's also a video. We might as well. I don't know, it probably has no subtitles, but I'm still gonna watch a few seconds of the video of the mayor inviting people to come to Pride. Subtitles? Oh, no subtitles. But still. This is the video of the mayor inviting people to come to Pride. Brilliant. I assume that's the mayor. I assume this person's the mayor. And henceforth, YouTube is going to start recommending me Hungarian content. And I will not understand any of it. Such is life, right? Right. And so let me call in whatever I know brief. I will tell, perhaps translate a bit. Oh, okay. That's cool. That's actually a great idea. Okay, we're gonna get Karatsu to actually translate some of the stuff for us, which is brilliant. which is just what we need. I am a big fan of this situation. I am a huge fan of this situation of the mayor going against the grain. Guess that's my fault for expecting anything. Ready. Alright, let's go. Let's call. Okay, I have to do the thing that I usually don't do, which is to write the name of the guest on the screen. Hold on, I'm gonna add. Hello. Text. Karasu. Can you hear me?
Yes, yeah.
Alright, perfect. Guest. Karasu. Kafka. Oh yeah, there is one more thing that I can do later before finishing, I guess. Alright. Boom. Welcome. How do you feel about the situation unfolding?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of knew that a lot of people will turn out. Hungarian, lot of Hungarian friends of mine or people I know talking that it's necessary to go out, and they expressed that they never been interested about Pride. They never wanted to go. It's not their thing, but now they need to go out. They need to protect the event. So it's um, yeah, I expected that a lot of people will turn out.
Yeah. Also, I love the situation in which the mayor basically goes against the government.
Yeah, I was talking about the mayor. The mayor was part of a Green Party called lehet más a politika. Politics can be different.
Right.
LMP, and they were blowing up quite big around, relatively big around 2010.
Right.
And it's a strange party. I have personal friends who were part of it very very deeply, and suddenly it blown up. So it's like a lot of people left, and Karachun was one of the people who left. So basically, it had two bases. One of them were urbanites, like Karachun Gergely, the mayor, today's mayor, and there were strangely little bit center rightish guys or strange people like Fischer. He was no, anyway. He's an interesting character as well. He celebrated Trump that Trump will never bring a war. That the Trump is the option of no war, for example. That's the other kind of part of the Green Party. You know,
Right.
Trump supporter.
Yeah.
But Karachun is one of the good person, and he's cooperating directly with people who I know who were standing up of homeless people, organizing for homeless people right and right for accommodations. So they try to prevent police to evacuate people. And now that person who I know is became involved in politics as well, so in the district level.
Hmm.
Yeah, yeah. He's a
good.
good guy. But what is important now here that they said that he might be imprisoned as well. So one of the Fidesz politicians was telling that he could get a couple of years imprisonment for supporting this.
Interesting. I even speculated. I'm not sure if you heard that.
Yeah, I heard that briefly. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that was it, and Orban was kind of going with that too. Karácsony was quite briefly explained in the morning. I linked a video where he is talking this media person,
Mm-hmm.
Gulyás Gergely, the partisan. By the way, Gulyás Gergely, this person who is talking, he's a kind of turf. He doesn't like the Western trans right stuff.
Mm-hmm.
He's himself part of LGBTQ, so he's openly homosexual,
Mm-hmm.
but
But not
he's
transphobe.
kind of transphobe. Not so it's a complicated. There is a lot of leftists in Hungary who eaten up these kind of narratives about there is a liberal trans agenda and like big pharmacists pushing this.
I mean, that
And
is the
this
whole
is
thing that the LGB movement is based on, isn't it?
yes. So they kind of eating up and uncritically. So they a lot of them doesn't have any theoretical basis on understanding who is Judith Butler, for example. I bought a Hungarian book about this. Actually, one of the turf women wrote. But to understand that these are a little bit different than the British turfs, for example,
Mm-hmm.
because one of the sociologists who wrote about a research how the Fidesz and German far right cooperating in against the trans people or trans movements.
Mm.
So she's critical of of what she perceives as a trans movement.
Mm-hmm.
But in the meantime, she was talking that you need to really be careful how you criticize now the trans people because you directly endanger them and pushing the direct attacks by the far right if you're doing it wrong.
Right.
So they still concerned. So they still it's a kind of more cultural rejection of the. They believe that it's a Western influence.
Mm.
If you understand me.
Yeah. Is it just
Is that
bigotry
not,
or a way to split support? One chatter asks. In my opinion, it's a way to split support. To split a movement.
No, I think it's a bigotry. So a lot of people doesn't understand, and
Yeah, but I think it's weaponized to split movements. That is my opinion.
I mean, a lot of in UK, absolutely. But here, what this group telling, for example, these media organization, that they don't agree with what they perceive as a trans movement, but they rather take it back because they fear that they will draw attack against unnecessary to the trans people, right?
Mm-hmm.
They even going out to broadcast the Pride movement because they thinking that it's more important to support now the Pride, including the trans portion of it,
Mm-hmm.
than to because they don't want to strengthen the far right or Orban Viktor.
Mm-hmm.
Little bit they thinking a little bit differently than the British turfs, right? Or the because British turfs clearly aligned with the British far right.
Right.
Here, what they say.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit different, or a little bit different than in US. It's not great. So people shouldn't be mistaken. Some of the people here, I don't know. I cannot perceive how many people. Some of the people are not supporting trans right who is out of the pride now. They're out of pride because they think even something they might not like, they might not support, should be able to organize festival or protest movement.
Right. Yeah.
This is about protest rights at the moment.
Right.
And by the way, if you were able to read Hungarian, some of the chatters in the live,
Yeah, I was wondering what they were saying.
some of them are really transphobic, really
Of course.
disgustingly transphobic. Some of them might be Orban supporters, but some of them
I mean, there was
right-wingers
like
or very,
over 40,000 people watching, so.
yeah. Some of them are very, very maybe anti-Orban. So I read one of the one of the comment, and then I thought that it's better for my mental health if I'm not reading it, because they were telling that I hate Orban, and thanks to Orban and Fidesz to organize this and now a slur, cigány, that's the slur for Roma people in Hungarian. And this gathering of Romas and people who I dislike.
Yeah.
They still blaming Orban for it, but they hating the Pride as well. But obviously that person didn't even bother to turn up. So I think what is important here, the people who turned up into the protest.
Yeah.
And going with the chance that the police might act against them. Because police might act against them.
Yeah. Okay, let's translate some of the video, shall we?
Yeah. You mean this is the interview, right? Yeah. Let's do it.
I shared it. Did you see it?
Yeah, I can see.
A Városháza Parkban, Karácsony Gergely, Budapest főpolgármestere. Szervusz.
Tell me when to pause and give me the TLDR.
Köszönöm, elfogadtad a meghívást.
Szervusz, köszönöm a lehetőséget.
Kezdjük a legfontosabbal. 2-kor indul elvileg a menet, vagy pontosabban a gyülekező, itt elvileg a Városháza Parkban. Helytálló ez az értesülés, aki akar jönni, hova érkezzen, mi vár rá?
Mindenképpen. Stop here. This is they asking that if there is if it's true that in 2 o'clock they will have a gathering here. This is this part of the square belongs directly to Budapest Council. So this is their property as Városháza tér. This is the city center square, and I watched some of it, so I will talk ahead. And Karácsony will strengthen that, yes, come at 2 o'clock at Hungarian time. And
this is the mayor, right? The person.
Yes, this is the mayor. He was a sociologist, by the way. He was working one of the best polling company in Hungary.
One moment, okay?
Tehát természetesen.
One moment, I have to step away for a second.
Yeah. Shall I continue? Yeah, so Karácsony was part of the Green Party later on, and he was one of the first among the first who left the Green Party because of the ideological differences between the urbanites or more socially aware people like him and a couple of others, and then more centralized leadership of other guy who I really don't like. That's a personal stuff. So yeah, he is reinforcing here that at 3 o'clock the Pride move will start, and people are safe to come. Now the importance here that the square itself, because it belongs to the Hungarian, the Budapest Council, it's not the jurisdiction of the. It's not a public square in a sense. So the police shouldn't be able to act. They are safe together in the square itself. If the property owner, the Budapest Council is saying that they are all right with it. And the other important that it's legally, this is not led by the original Pride organizations. this is a counter protest against the banning of the protest of the pride. So the people, they are playing a little bit about these legal statuses that the police and the state didn't ban the um, uh, counter protest against the banning of the protest of the pride. Sorry. Entropy fan. What was the disagreement between the LMP, the Green Party? I'm not reading the chat. I just checked it quickly. It was so Fisher. Fisher is a strange guy who became more like akin to the to some of the uh, anti-woke leftists. Uh, so he has some left-leaning politics still, but he became very anti-Western, anti-liberal, and very critical of anything that comes out. Interestingly, he was a lawyer who was a human right lawyer, specialized human right lawyer. So he is a kind of disillusioned of everything what is related to these systems, and and he was the so there was this character conflict uh, as well, but there was a long term. Um, in a Hungarian society, there's a long-term conflict about between the so-called country countryside intellectuals, so countryside, and the urbanites. Urbanites here is referring to Budapest. Uh, to understand this, you need to understand also the population distribution. Almost one-fifth of the population lives in Budapest itself. There's a large section, and there are problem with it. Comes problem with it because the city Budapest sometimes it's very self-centered of understanding what's going on in the country. Sometimes they also right, and the countryside is more often right-leaning in politics, or thinking that concerns about certain stuff is more like a little bit of this urban or often called liberal elite problem. And yeah, so that was some of the conflict. But to tell that what was Fisher, the problematic leader of LMP, recently posting, for example, in Trump, he was celebrating Trump's winning, at least in 2016, because he was telling that, oh, with Trump, we will step away from the world conflict, right? So, absolutely, totally wrong assessment on how, and even in the first term, Trump was escalating towards increasing drone strikes. Uh, so it wasn't true, but they see these guys were seeing it as a kind of finally the US based world system will collapse a little bit, and this will be globally good for everyone. And yeah, so and plenty of people thought that it's stupid to support a regime that is going against human rights. And we shouldn't celebrate it. So probably these ideological differences led a lot of old Green Party politicians to leave. So okay, uh, entropy. It's not necessary that it's agrarian traditionalism. It's not. It's a more complicated thing. Okay, so it's there is often a disregard of the problem of living out of land. Okay, you need to access a certain amount of land, able to sell your product in some way to to continue your production, right? So it's like it's a different kind of problems you're facing with. Then you're facing with the problems that everything is centered in the Budapest, including the best universities, colleges, including the state apparatus, and they don't necessarily gather enough information of local problems, or they cannot really um, tackle it. There is a lot of it's not just about some kind of ideological differences of the urbanites and the countryside. It's a lot of them are stemming from material differences, material problems, and that will be then harnessed by some ideologists, and that's the problem. And so it's not that the agrarian population had been traditional. Part of my family is from South Hungary, very south part of Hungary. Um, and for example, my step granddad was, he was a right winger. So he was a quiet right wing supporter. But for example, his neighbor, who I really liked, was a very left leaning and very open minded person, and they were the same. They lived in the same place, and he uh, he also encountered these differences of the. He also felt the problem of what the right winger harnessed against the Budapest folks, right? Sometimes you will see very naive liberal solutions of how to solve or blaming the countryside voters why they voting Fidesz. And most of the countryside now voting Fidesz, and they ignore it that we have sadly a communal labor system, or how to say it. It's a communal work system which replaced any kind of benefit system, and that's relied of the local Fidesz councils and their private companies. What they are interacting with. So of course, people will vote for that, because if they won't vote it, they won't get a job. They will die. So it's very naive to state that they ideologically it's in their tradition to be more right wingers than to understand that they might have a incentive built in recent systems to vote that way. And sorry, I call it Fischer, Schiffer András, Schiffer. But Schiffer András is sounds like a little bit of Fischer in a sense that, but though he is not concentrated as much about the culture war stuff in a sense, but he's not a great man. I don't like him. I actually like if we talking about Green Party people. One of the Fidesz own environmental minister between 2010 and 2014, Ilyes Zoltán, he was great. He's a good man, and he's criticized Orban regime since exactly from the environmental standing that it's became unsustainable. They don't care about it, and he was a better. He had a better understanding of the issues. We're waiting for Lucia. Okay, I try to engage if you have any questions. Anybody? I will answer until Lucy is back. And hello, Screamatcha. I have no control over the video, so I cannot start or continue to translate it. Okay, I can. If you guys interested, I can talk a little bit about this media organization which broadcasting it, Partisan, and a little bit about what kind of content they produce, what is turf, and what was the concern about around those. And yeah, Anthropifen is right. The media is mostly controlled by the Orban regime, one way or another, and that was a big fight who can access the countryside, and that started around 2011 when they rolled up the media law in the first month of that year, preparing in early or late 2010s. And one of the key issues was in that media law that basically started to cut down broadcasting right of independent radio, opposition radio stations to access countryside, then take over the state media. So the state media was before controlled of a kind of council which all parties had been represented. So they tried to not to lean one way or another. Obviously, there was always some kind of leaning between the directorship of the company itself. So it's not totally immune of party politics. And obviously, beyond party politics, people have their own political leaning as well. So you cannot totally separate it. But there was a massive direct centralized control after it, and that affects how people see the world around, especially very bad in the foreign policies, because even the opposition media cannot get their own information without interacting with the state run organizations, because obviously they don't have enough money to send out reporters, for example, in conflict zones, or very rarely can do it. So they relying on the services provided by this media agency, what is totally in control of Fidesz government.
Hello. Sorry, I had to step away and take care of something. But I trust you had it under control.
Yeah. Sorry. I was trying to talk about stuff until.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Shall we continue watching the video a bit?
Yeah.
Okay. Just tell me when to pause and give us the TLDR, okay? And if I...
A lehetőséggel, hogy a bejelentett és sajnos a rendőrség által tudomásul vett szélsőbaloldali megmozdulások alapján esetleg módosítanunk kell az útvonalat, de még ilyen döntés nem született, tehát jelenleg arra készülünk ebben a percben, hogy...
It's important information. There is counter protest organized by the far right, the fascist. This is the fascist party, the Mi Hazánk. They were talking about occupying all of the bridges. Not sure that if they have enough people for that. I told that the far right party doesn't grow support from the far right, a different far right party in the parliament in the late 90s. So I cannot base that that is a more massive voter base of the fascist party or Hungarist parties. But they and the police were accepting this counter protest as a legal organization, and the Karachany is talking here that they might need to change the road because of this, but at the moment they have no information if the road needs to the planned road needs to change to of the counter protesting.
Do you know how many counter-protesters appeared to the counter-protest?
I have no idea, and I'm not sure that we could have any unbiased information. You need to remember that most of the media is controlled by Orban, and most of the alternative media doesn't have necessarily the sources to count it or to have, So I'm not sure that we will know it later on. Maybe a couple of days later, we'll know how many people turned out. At the moment, I'm not sure we could say it.
Okay.
Tulajdonképpen Városházapark, Kiskörút, Szabadsághíd és Műegyetem rakpart. Ha esetleg ebben változás lesz, az egy nagyjából 1 órán belül fog kiderülni. Folyamatosan egyeztetünk a szervezőkkel, hiszen ez nem csak a fővárosi önkormányzat rendezvénye, hanem azok a civil partnereinkkel közösen szervezzük, akik a korábbi években a Pride-ot szervezték.
Yes.
So what he's saying now that this is now, it's not only the organized by the civil organizations. It's organized together with the city council, Budapest City Council. So it's their protest.
Because
City council's protest as well.
the mayor is supporting Pride, yes?
Yeah. So this means that legally, this event is organized by instead of just acknowledging that it's the Pride organization, they organizing together with some of the civil organization NGOs.
Okay, that's good.
I don't like to use NGOs because in Western world everybody think that NGOs is only the top international NGOs, right?
Right.
And in relation of NGOs a lot of times just couple of people who did a foundation or a association and started to and define themselves as non-profit. And that's the NGO in Central Europe. That's the definition of NGO.
Although my father's NGO has like a couple of thousand members.
Yeah, and yes, there is a range of differences.
Although it only had, okay, I have to clarify. It has a couple of thousand members, but it has like 3 or 4 people actually working for it, doing things.
Yeah. I mean that's the last job I did in Hungary. I was part of a very small NGO. I tried to run the economy side, so finances. Yeah, we were 2 in the end. We were 2 of us, and one employed.
I don't think anybody. No, maybe one person was employed in that NGO of my father's. No, I think one person maybe. Okay, let's continue.
Egyeztetünk a rendőrséggel, tehát olyan megoldást szeretnénk, ami, hogy mondjam, a legnagyobb biztonságot adja a felvonulóknak. Ma azt gondolom, hogy mindenki teljesen nyugodt lehet, és várunk mindenki szeretettel. 2 órától gyülekezünk a Városházaparkban, 3 óra környékén indul a menet, és szerintem szuper lesz.
Ugye az, ahogy itt a Városházaparkban...
It was a little bit calming down the people, gather here, don't afraid, come out, we are waiting, we are organizing, so that kind of talk he was doing.
Yeah, we can continue.
Yeah.
Okay.
A gyülekező, ez azért is fontos, mert ez a ti hatáskörötökben áll, tehát ez egy fővárosi rendezvény. Viszont ahogy elhagyjuk majd a Városházaparkot...
Tell us, what was the fascist party you mentioned a few minutes back?
Which one? Because I mentioned 2 fascist parties.
You mentioned 2.
Fascist party today and the fascist party in the 90s. So the fascist party today is Mi Hazánk. By the way, they have interlinked, obviously, because far right, we're thinking that far right is an emergent of kind of people's thinking. But a lot of people forget there are straight up traditions and values that is taught to each other. And the Mi Hazánk party leader was a youth leader of the old fascist party of MIEP.
Makes sense.
And the MIEP was founded by actually a writer in the old socialist regime. He was a drama writer, Csurka István, and he was really anti-American, really deeply anti-American. So he was kind of celebrating the 9/11. Actually, and the anti-Semite. He was really anti-Semite. I mean, the new Mi Hazánk is anti-Semite as well, obviously. Yeah.
Does that answer the question, an entropy fan? Okay, I guess we can continue.
Onnantól kezdve bejön majd az a kérdés, hogy közterületen, ha végighalad a menet, akkor ott a gyülekezési törvénynek milyen megítélése alá esik majd. És onnantól kezdve a rendőrségnek lesz egy elég fontos szerepköre, hiszen mérlegelnie kell azt, hogy az ellendemonstráció, vagy pedig a Pride érdekeit fogja priorizálni. És ebben, vagy ezzel kapcsolatban igazából a nyilvánosság különböző tereiben mindenféle...
I can translate what he was talking so far.
Yes.
So he brought up, and I mentioned it earlier, that this square is part of the Budapest Council. So it's their property. So in theory, legally speaking, the police shouldn't concern about this because this is not a public square.
Right, I saw during the feed of the march that the police was just standing and didn't really do anything.
Yes, but they didn't do even to control the traffic.
Yeah, and they did not do what Orbán said that they should do, which is to convince people to leave.
No, the traffic of the cars. So they didn't stop the traffic of the cars. They're supposed to stop it,
right?
Because that endangering the protesters.
Right, yeah.
So the police is still kind of undecided how to act on it. That they kind of and the real concern is when the far right counter protesters will be encountered.
Right.
So that's probably will be in the bridges, in the Freedom Bridge actually, Szabadsághíd. It's the green hanging bridge. We will see what will happen there.
Yeah, maybe we could check the feed from time to time and see if there's anything happening.
Let's do that actually, where they are now.
Right now?
Yeah, let's do it. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Let's see where they are. Copy link. You can still see it, right?
Yeah, I can see it. Yeah.
So where is this?
I cannot tell you where they are actually.
Oh, there's a bridge here.
That's the bridge. That's the green hanging
Stop
bridge.
LGBTQ+. I assume this is the counter protest.
Többen elég megzavarodottan álltak a környéken, hiszen többen azt hitték, hogy itt fog
This looks like a bad counter protest. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. That's what I'm telling, that we cannot assume that they gathered more people than or more far right people out there than before.
And some of these are really old people.
And they were telling that they will occupy all of the bridges, okay? They were telling that they will occupy all of the bridges. It's nice to see them, how many of they are.
Oh my god, are you seeing this? LMBTQ, let me guess, P stands for pedophile, right?
Yeah, probably, yeah.
Hát Novák előd jelenleg türelmet kért. Egyébként, hát ha jól látom, nagyjából
53,000
people. David, Novák előd is a very important, and this is another party which was not straight up fascistic party like Mi Hazánk, but quite far right, and then turned a little bit more center right. And actually, the leader, the ex-leader now, is a very interesting character. So anyway, this is the Jobbik. Jobbik emerging in 2000, taking over the supporters of the old far-right party of MIEP, which MIEP was, and were very hostile, by the way. So I started to encounter them very publicly because they organizing Christmas time stunts, like public stunts. Of how Christian is Hungary, that they have Merry Christmas for the Christian Hungary, and a cross was in the public places. And obviously, as a non-Christian pagan theory, because I'd never been baptized, I felt really annoyed by this. That's why it's not that. Not the cross itself. You will see you see that time Hanukkahs, for example, out of some of the squares. Nyugati Square was often, Hanukkah time, there was a celebration. That's not the symbol itself, but then to tell that Merry Christmas for the Christian Hungary, right? It's like attempt to reshape that what is being Hungarian. And I'm a Hungarian citizen and I'm no non-Christian. What about me?
Yeah.
Okay. That was very quickly gained Jobbik support, and Novak Előd was part of the more far right section of that. And they eventually, in around 2014, when there was a more centrist turn of the Jobbik, these guys left. The Jobbik started to clear up the extreme fascist Hungarist people of theirs. And to see that party, which gained almost was the biggest opposition of Fidesz in early 2010s, now this guy can only organize this level of protest. Nothing.
Yeah, he lost all this power.
He lost power. He lost actually political power. That should tell you that what the Hungarian, even if Hungarians not pro LGBTQ or not pro trans, okay, not even perhaps pro gay or lesbian, that doesn't mean that they wish the worst to LGBTQ people.
Right.
Okay.
Let's see. Let's refresh. Let's see what it said. Oh, the bridge.
Yeah, the crossing. They choose the LGBT bridge. Okay, that's good. So they changed it. Originally, they should cross in Szabadság Heat, the green one, and they crossed the other one here, the LGBT Heat.
I wonder what the aftermath of this is going to be.
So far, it seems the police haven't stopped it, so that's good. and then maybe the police really need to protect the far right protesters.
Yeah. Feels like it. Feels like they will break like twigs.
So back a little bit of LA protest, okay? So this is why you shouldn't bash protesting, even if you turn up, because these protesters are raising the moral cost for the police to act. So the police officer at the ground have to decide that am I turning against these protesters or not, and they might not happy to do a escalation of aggression because that they can be blamed for it after. So they have to live with that knowledge. Some of them wouldn't care anyway, but some of them would care about others to identify him and making their life hell after that, right?
Yeah.
Because they think that what the police did to tackle the protest is unjustified or bad. So instead of, and then this is advice of some of the online leftists who like TIT, or so-called leftists, the youngsters who is bashing the LA riots, so which mostly were peaceful, they should support those protests instead of talking, oh, they are going too far and we support the police. No, support the protest movements.
Right.
These are the real way to escalate the political situation and try to find weakness of the regime.
Well, so far so good. So far nothing is happening.
Now this will be interesting if there is any counter protest in this bridge. We will see if there is an end of the bridge any.
Okay.
Oh, no, this might be where they're coming from. Actually, I don't know, because that's the Buddha side. This is the Gellért Hill, and you can see the hill behind. Though I miss some of the places in Budapest. I grew up there.
Yeah. Let me see.
I think it's the gallery here. I might be wrong. Yeah, police is there. Okay. Okay, let's go back to the interview. I don't think so that it's anything. We see the far right protesters
Let's
so far.
watch some more of
It's
the
not
interview
really
regarding the event.
Összeesküvés
Again, tell me when to stop and
elméletben hajló, de részben meg egyébként megalapozott félelmekből adódó spekulációk jelentek meg. A te tapasztalatod szerint a rendőrség jelenleg fölkészült arra, hogy adott esetben komoly konfliktusokat is kell majd kezelnie, képes-e garantálni szerinted a felvonulóknak a testi épségét?
Igen, és ez a rendőrség alapvető alkotmányos feladata. Tehát a közvetlen védelme mindenek előtt áll, függetlenül attól, hogy a rendőrség egyébként szerint a politikai nyomást.
Okay.
I like what Karacsony is doing here. Gulyás Gergő was asking the reporter that do you think that the police are prepared for making a decision when there is the clash between the far right protesters and the pride protesters, and what will they do? And Karacsony was telling yes, they aware and they will act because their constitutional duty is to protect the Hungarian citizens, their well-being, right? So he is reinforcing of there is a constitutional duty to the police to protect all of the participants' well-beings.
Right.
And I like that because this is so. These statements are not only about that what he thinks the police for. This is like a declaration, right?
Yes.
So I declare as well that this is your duty. I'm reinforcing this is how you should act.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
And he's relatively one of the biggest opposition politicians today in Hungary, who has some kind of power. So I quite like where how he answered this question.
Yeah.
Kialakított egy olyan jogi álláspontot a főváros rendezvényével kapcsolatosan, ami szerintem abszurd, de ez mégis lényegtelen, amikor az emberek megjelennek az utcán, akkor a rendőrségnek, a budapestiek és az itt jelenlévő honfitársainak az épségét kell garantálni, és ezt meg is fogják tenni. A rendőrség az elmúlt években...
Very, very well. So he's telling that the primary duty is kind of protecting the well-being of the Hungarians, and why the Fidesz is changing an absurd legal way to how to ban a protest. The duty of the police is still to protect all of the citizens' well-being, right? So he's arguing that there is a highest order of things, and why the current Orbán regime might change some of the legal opinions. Those are not the constitutional duty of the police.
Okay.
Nyilván voltak nagyon éles helyzetek, amelyek az állampolgári véleménykifejezés kapcsán kialakultak, tehát voltak adott esetben viták is, de összességében.
Are the cops in Hungary employed by the city or the state?
It's the state, so it's like there is jurisdictions, so it belongs to the Budapest jurisdiction, but it's in the end it's a state-run organization, all of them. So it's not like in Spain, for example, there is a different of city, who is the city, who is the state-controlled police, and sometimes they even clash. That won't happen in Hungary.
Okay.
Szerintem a magyar rendőrség professzionálisan kezeli ezeket a helyzeteket, és nincs olyan politikai nyomás rajtuk, hogy ez most ne így történjen. Úgyhogy én azt gondolom, hogy semmi okunk kételkedni abban, hogy a rendőrség helyzet most áll.
One important sentence here. He told the police that they have no legal pressure to do otherwise than protect the citizens. Okay. This is important because a lot of police might afraid that we have I might lose my job, right?
Right.
Because
Yeah.
the Orban regime might tell that if I'm not acting how they expecting, if we, or even higher people who lead the police in place, they might thinking that all right, I might lose my job if we let pride protesters march because the Orban regime wanted to stay. So Karácsony is telling relevant information here. There is no legal pressure on you because the constitutional right is more higher, no, than whatever mess now the Orban regime trying to do with
Right.
this banning of protests.
Right. Right. And also, Orban is trying to avoid at all costs, like fire, actually using the
Okay,
police to disperse the protest.
can you play this? I'm curious who is this guy.
Hogy romlott a forgalmunk, mert szerencsére nem, de hogy mondjam, sokat is teszünk érte. Tehát, de hogy mondjam, látom az embereknek a hozzáállását az egészhez, és nem hiszik el senki ezt a nálunk a legalacsonyabb az infláció, még nem, marha magas. Tehát és mindig más
Okay, he's talking about economical issues. There is very interesting. We don't necessarily need to listen to him, so we can put down. I want to say about something about his T-shirt there. Okay, can you read the T-shirt? It says "fuck NER."
NER. Yeah, I was wondering.
NER was, and this is my disagreement of Griffin, who is about fascism, very high academician. He's telling Orban is not a fascist because it's not a revolutionary. Okay, NER was a concept that there was finally a revolution happened. And the NER meaning is the Nemzeti Együttműködés rendszere, which is the national cooperation system, the system of national cooperation. And when they became in power in 2010, they announced that finally we won the revolution. Finally, the communists no longer in power. We finished the beginning of the revolution of 89. Because 89 we didn't have the regime change. Now we have it. Now all of the voters provided this returning of the old glory of the Hungarian state. And that means NER, okay? And everybody make jokes about it. People didn't like it too much, and they didn't become very popular. So even among Fidesz, the Fidesz now they left these narratives around because writers were joking about. They were talking about this glorious revolution which was happening in the electoral booths, and we will change the whole world now. And it was a nonsense, but there was that kind of, they wanted to tell this revolutionary narrative that finally we will change everything. We will return to the old glory of Hungary. That's quite a fascistic narrative, by the way.
Yeah,
it's like a revival of the old, never existing something.
Glory, yeah.
Oh, nice aerial view. Look, a lot of people
Yeah,
there.
there's a lot. It's a big march, a huge march.
So compare that with the
anti-protesters. Yeah.
Yes.
Look, doesn't it scare you? Children need to be protected from this.
Yeah.
Apparently.
Yeah. Nice,
all these people will be arrested tomorrow. Good luck.
Okay, this is the legal framework. They are not out there to the pride protest technically. They are out there for protesting against the banning of the pride. And people may joke about it. One of the Hungarian comic was telling that wrote an open letter to the Orban to the Fidesz that good luck to separate that who is came to the original pride because they do something illegal, or who is came to the protest against the banning of of the Pride protest, right?
Yeah, that's pretty smart.
Yeah. So this is the kind of how you take the regime. You try to chip away that game, right? So they you adapt a little bit, but then push back. So it's like yeah, good luck. Good luck separating whose intent was there to come to the original Pride protest and whose intent was to come to the banning of the
Protest,
Pride.
yeah. Interesting.
And important. So okay, we need to talk about a little bit of the Fidesz, the Fidesz legend, how they build up the legend of how they gain public support. And there was if you want to, you can check out 2006 protest and tank, 2006 Budapest protest and tank. If you write down that in YouTube, I can see that what's happened in Budapest during that time.
2006, yeah.
2006 Budapest protest and tank. Write down the tank as well. A tank, like.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. You can start with the first one. This was in 2006, okay? Let's just see a T-34 tank, which was out there because of the 56th anniversary. And somebody from the protesters went into there and started to drive against the police. Okay? And this was mostly a lot of far-righters went out to the protest. In fact, the first protest was against the then Hungarian state television by far-right people. And one of them were interviewed by this Gulyás Gergő as well, by the way. And Gulyás, that guy was telling that Fidesz was giving them information to go out to protest because there was a political uproar what the then president was, then prime minister was telling. And they ride it out and they organized protest. And the police was, by the way, not only right wingers were out there. There were left wingers out there as well. And the normal people went out, black families, not radical far right. But the first protest was more like radical far right.
Yeah.
And what is the important here that during that time the police was using rubber bullets, for example, and some not so nice counterattacks as well. And Fidesz built up a kind of anti-police narrative that time that the state brutality is going against the protesters, and these are. And bloody hell, they organized the protest. Fidesz organized the protest, okay, at that time in 2006, inviting children and families. And then they knowingly released those protesters against the more far right. So they didn't tell them that, look, there is a far right group from somewhere else coming here. Don't go that. Don't leave this protest that way. They led them to mingle, and then obviously they wanted to escalate that the police want to stop the far right protesters, and then they might attack the regular everyday people as well. So yeah, it was a nasty weeks, months even at that time, and they build up a kind of popularity, so that they
and this is
they
why
for
now.
the people.
And this is why now Orban will say we will not scatter the LGBT pride because we are a civilized country, but you will face consequences.
Yes, but that's what I'm telling. They cannot let to escalate into violence, in my opinion,
because they will crush their whole methods. Yeah.
Yes, that's their myth. We cannot crash it. They want to endanger them after, and that's why Karachi is very smart when he's talking that even police, you don't need to fear because legally the constitutional right is your first right? So it's not, he thinking ahead of this protest, because this protest will have consequences of the Hungarian politics.
Yeah.
And by the way, they tried to involve Tisza party with Magyar Péter. We were talking Magyar Péter to take something, a statement about the pride. And Magyar Péter avoided cleverly because he can lose support if he's saying that I'm pro or against pride, right?
Right.
Because some people who support Magyar Péter now, the opposition,
Mhm.
are for the pride. Some of
Mhm.
them are against the pride. And yeah,
Right.
so they tried to trap him to make a statement. And Karácsony was backing him up that Magyar Péter did the smart move.
Mhm.
You don't need to. This is not Magyar Péter. This is not about the opposition party. It's about Budapest and the legal right to go out to protest.
Mhm.
Damn, that's so nice to see. Damn it.
Yeah.
It is. Oh, damn it.
Interview?
It's a relief. You know, it's a relief cry. It's nice to see.
Yeah.
Imagine if they want to tackle all of these people. Do you think that they have enough prisons? Though we already have too much prisons. Do you think that they can put enough people into prisons? Do you think that they can afford to make these people to lose their jobs? They
I don't
don't.
think so.
They can't.
I don't think
They
they
can't.
also have the resources to identify them all. Because
And to
apparently
identify.
during this protest, the only thing that the police is supposed to do is to convince people to go home.
Yeah, yeah. But okay, identify for what? For why they were there? They were there for counter protest or East protest. They didn't ban the protest for against the banning of pride protest even.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like it's a really tricky situation. Orban will even if okay, if Orban don't do anything against it, that will show a weakness of many
Hello.
supporters of him that
Game
we cannot.
Osprey.
So he losing the credibility as the fighter, as the
Right.
strong man, because that was his popularity. Part of his popularity was from even childhood. I will link to you that one of the first public appearance of him. Okay, to understand who is this Orban guy. You continue to talk. I will look for something.
Yeah.
And I'll link it to you.
Although, I guess his missus has sort of worked well for him thus far because, as we can sort of see, a lot of the time when regimes try to crush protests through violence, it can sometimes backfire because that can lead to an escalation of the protests. Like in, well, Ukraine, for example.
Yeah, he knows that he can't afford that because the straight up violence is the weakness of a state. Okay, so this shows, by the way, that Trump state is not as strong because
I want to show this video on stream because I have to say that that is there's such a huge and stark difference in how Orban used to look compared to how he looks like now, that it's always incredible to me.
This is 89, okay, and this is
like it's incredible. It's like it's like watching a completely different guy to me, at least.
This is the funeral. Okay, let's stop for a moment. I have to tell what is this about. Okay, Nagy Imre was sentenced to death. Nagy Imre was the head of the state, the party leader during the 56. Okay, so he kind of executed or maintained this kind of.
How old is he here, by the way? How old is Orban here?
Ooh, 20 something. So young.
Right. Yeah.
He was after the military service, which is supposed in the military service. Some people believe that he was part of the 3+3. You know, we were talking about that. But anyway, this is the funeral of Nagy Imre, and this is his very strong anti-Soviet speech at the time. Soviet Union still exists. when he's doing this speech, right? And Soviet troops is still in the country.
Yeah.
So when you listen to him, it's worth to listen in this context. That
Yeah.
and I think we can play to hear about how he talks.
Az orosz megszállás és a kommunista diktatúra
The
40
Russian
évvel ezelőtt
occupation
történt.
and the communist dictatorship happened 40 years ago. So he is remarking that.
Mm-hmm.
Continue.
Yeah.
No, continue.
Óta a magyar nemzetnek egyszer nyílt alkalma, csak egyszer volt elegendő ereje és bátorsága ahhoz, hogy megkísérelje elérni a már 1848-ban kitűzött céljait, a nemzeti függetlenséget és a politikai szabadságot.
Talking about sovereignty here, so that 56 was an attempt of sovereignty. It wasn't a counter-revolution as they talk about, a fascist counter-revolution. It was an attempt of sovereignty of the state, of the Hungarian people, akin to 1848. That's his speech. And this is true, by the way.
Máig nem változtak. Ma sem engedünk 48-ból, így nem engedhetünk 56-ból sem. Azok a fiatalok, akik ma az európai polgári demokrácia megteremtéséért küzdenek Magyarországon, két okból hajtanak
And
fejet.
he's talking about that the youngsters who is fighting for the liberal democratic changes. Okay, here is pushing for the liberal democratic changes.
Mm-hmm.
Not
That's
the illiberal
ironic.
democracy yesterday. Yeah, absolutely. He was such a bloody anti-Christian in this time. The Christian Democrat, one of the Christian Democrat member of parliament was complaining, and probably exactly of Orbán Viktor, that he made such a nasty comment about Christians in the first. That was between 89 or 90 and 93 around when this complaint in the parliament was there registered. You know that it's a registered complaint. So that's how we know that, and by the seats we can guess it that it was him.
Right. Looks so different.
A kommunista Nagy Imre és társai koporsói előtt.
He's not yet a fat pig.
Sorry?
He's not yet a fat pig.
Yeah. Yeah.
Olyan férfiakat tiszteljük bennük, akik azonosultak a magyar társadalom akaratával, akik, hogy ezt megtehessék, képesek voltak leszámolni szent, kommunista tabuikkal, azaz az orosz birodalom feltétlen szolgálatával és
He's
a párt
talking about the Russian
diktatúrájával.
empire here, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So he's identifying Soviet Union as a Russian empire. Okay, that people who rebelled against in 56 was rebelling against this Russian empire and the party dictatorship. Okay, and this is important to understand that how the Ukrainian conflict itself eated away his support in maybe not as quickly, but because he is turning massively against the myth what he built on himself, right? He built himself as a strong man who talks against superpowers if it's necessary, be it as a Brussels, the EU superpower, which is anyway it's not as true. But in this time he did risk something. In this time he risked that the Soviet troops were still here. You know, that was a kind of bravish speak, not as brave as he wants to pretend. But the today's Orban is completely different. I never liked him, by the way, but I can accredit that this was a totally different person. He was even anti-Russian up to 2010. He had very strong anti-Russian talk even up to 2010.
Interesting.
Ők azok az államférfiak számunkra, akik az akasztófa árnyékában sem vállalták, hogy a társadalmat megtizedelő gyilkosokkal egy sorba álljanak, akik életük árán sem tagadták meg azt a nemzetet, amely elfogadta őket, és bizalmát beléjük helyezte. Mi az ő sorsukból tanultuk meg, hogy a demokrácia és a kommunizmus összeegyeztethetetlen. Jól tudjuk.
Okay, I very much disagree in this comment. He's talking that democracy and communism is not compatibility. It's not compatible each other. But he was talking about how the brave people went out in the street in '56, and despite of the state of these occupying forces, they even bravely sacrificed their life or potentially sacrificing their life, and then many of them were executed after, right? So you see that today he is the one who was he rebelling against that time. He became the one, and a lot of people, a lot of right wingers, telling that he became the party state. He became that regime what he was opposing during that time, and he's serving the Russian Putin's regime as well, right? So he's not rebelling against anyone anymore. He's not talking truth. He's an old fart. Has to be honest, old fart. He lost his appeal of fighting or talking so-called truth. He's nothing, and that's why you see so many right wingers backing Magyar Péter, because Magyar Péter is the one of the akin to the young Orbán Viktor, not Orbán Viktor anymore.
I mean, isn't that also sort of the story of many politicians, young freedom fighters that become the regime? Isn't the biggest example basically of that sort of archetype Stalin himself?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I do agree. And of course, there is a reality of handling a state, right? So there is a different reality to oppose something in opposition situation. I understand that, but come on, to endanger, to telling the pride protesters that look, you guys will face. We not acting against you not today, but after that you will face consequences.
Yes, we are adults, as he put it.
Yeah, and here he's telling that how brave were the people to go out to street, to even in danger of death sentences, they went out for the freedom. So it's completely two different speeches. I think we've seen enough. He doesn't speak much more interesting stuff.
Right.
It's not as.
Look, they still haven't all crossed the bridge.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful. And that was a media warfare. They wanted to show that the last Pride, how small amount of people went out. Okay, people using mostly Facebook as a social media in Hungary. Twitter is almost unheard to be used. And a lot of people share, or more Fidesz supporters shared about how spare was the last Pride, and they did false photos, and people were sending the real photos of the last Pride. Now, this Pride, even for the real photos of the last Pride, it's much greater, obviously, because this is no longer just about the Pride, no longer about just trans people.
Yeah, it becomes bigger. Oh, these are the anti, I take it.
I think these are the far righters, I believe.
Yeah, this looks like the anti-protest. What a my goodness. Is there even 100 of them total, if you sum them up?
So this happened last summer with the pogroms in UK as well, right? And that was also a little bit of escalation of how the police will react, because the police and the state was telling that counter-protesters shouldn't go out. It was a week, it was a long week, riots and protests of far-righters, pulling out foreigners from cars and beating them up, okay? It was brutal. And the police, there were people who tried to burn down hostels where refugees were staying. And that was a day when people had enough. And the far right was organizing in several cities, including my city, to come there and to finally get rid of the these foreigners, these Muslims, and these these child molesters, so whatsoever. It doesn't matter, you know, all these stupidity. And local people went out. I went out. I was bloody afraid because I could be deported according to the British laws at the moment. So if they declare a protest illegal, first they deport non-citizens. First they can deport non-citizens, and after that you can challenge the decision.
So this is
and this was the
yeah.
and the police told that we shouldn't go out. So it wasn't acknowledged as a legal protest. But there was maybe a couple of dozens people came down here, and they disappeared, the far right protesters, because there was thousands of anti far right protesters.
This is my head theory, but because there's so many people for the pride slash anti-banning of pride, you know, there's so many people on this side, and there's so many of the anti-protesters that it feels like it's much easier for the police to control the much smaller crowd, and it makes it look like they're keeping tabs on the anti-protest.
Yeah, and then but because okay, so the police have a real reality of what they need to do, right? They some of them really truly believes that they need to protect people, right? And for example, one of the protests I went out in.
I mean, I think at least part of it is that it's much easier to control a smaller crowd.
Yes,
yes,
and there is a material reality of it. And if you are cooperate, so this is in a way sometimes it's worth it to cooperate the police in strategically in a protest, because you might disagree with them, but if they don't see you the threat, they need to police those who are escalating it. You don't leave it, even if it's for example, here in UK when we went out, we haven't left. But the police know that we are not the ones who they need to afraid of, because we didn't escalate it into violence against the counter protesters, right?
Although I think that technically speaking, if Orban's regime would be I feel like technically speaking they could say, oh, everybody who had a pride flag or any sort of pride symbol, they were here for the pride, not for the counter protest.
Okay, they can say that, but why you have that pride flag? Okay, you might have that pride flag because you want to protect the right for the pride to protest, not necessarily because you were there for the pride protest, right?
Mm-hmm.
So even with that, how you can prove the intent legally? You can't. You can't have a mind read in your head.
I mean, technically speaking, their justification for banning the thing is that they want to protect children from something, and they could say we want to protect the children from the LGBT imagery.
Okay, but I don't think so that the pride flag is a banned symbol at the moment, unlike the hammer and sickle. Hammer and sickle is a banned symbol in Hungary, or the
swastika.
Swastika itself is a banned symbol. This is not that. So I don't know what legal framework they would have to. Okay, they say that LGBTQ material itself is endangering people, but they haven't banned the flag, to my knowledge.
Orban did a good job with like getting minority of votes and declare it majority Lenin style. Also, hey, Karasu, where are the Hungarian Nazis?
The Hungarian Nazis?
I think it's a joke. I mean, there are like 10 of them somewhere around here. The counter protesters. Interesting.
Mr. Karasu. I'm not a Mr.
I did not read the Mr. part. Oh, what did he say?
itt oldalt áll a Molinó. Megpróbáljuk megtudni az okát, hogy mit akartak kifejezni a Molinó
so sad.
szervezőkhöz, és megpróbáljuk megkérdezni őket.
He wants to ask what they want to express.
Okay.
Nem nyilatkozom.
He is not talking.
Of course.
Nem nyilatkozom.
I'm not talking.
What pussies? At least in Ukraine, the counter protesters were proud about their hateful messaging. Okay? Wow. Wow.
What the
pussies? Oh my god. And they're actually here completely legally, by the way. They don't even have to do the pretense.
The state wasn't against them, right?
Yeah, the state is on their side, literally. What cowards.
Molinó tartók most már kitakarják az
Wow, they're hiding themselves behind the transparent. Oh my god. This is so pathetic.
Elnézést, van bárki az önök részéről, aki hajlandó elmondani, hogy miért feszítik ezt a Molinót ki?
They literally live in a country that's on their side.
Uram, Gulyás Márton vagyok. Megteszi, hogy elmondja, hogy miért tartja ezt a Molinót?
Jó napot kívánok.
Wow.
Hogy miért áldod erre a szombatját, azt nem mondja el, uram? Most, mit akar kifejezni ezzel a Molinóval?
God damn.
Elengedne a rendőr? A zárásba megkérném, arrébb menne.
Szóval uram, elmondja, hogy miért nem...
Legyen szíves.
The police is escalating here. The police want to
Miért
protect
befejezni az interjút az úriemberrel?
Engedjen el! Én ezt kértem.
Can you explain to us what's happening?
He wants to cross and he's escalating. You don't let me to cross. I want to cross that way. I can't go around you, right?
Azt lehet olvasni, hogy LMBTQ pedofília. Mit akar ezzel kifejezni?
Oh, pedophilia, I heard it.
Yes, he's asking that what's
Egy
the
gondolata sincs
expression
arra
of that.
vonatkozóan, hogy megosztani a nyilvánossággal, hogy miért tartja ezt a Molinót?
Look, even the police was backing up. He obviously was escalating.
Bennünket. Sajnos
Wow, that is such pussy behavior.
Hogy mi a célja ennek a tiltakozásnak.
And Gulyás Gerger, I respect him. By the way, he was doing protest himself when the police was taken into custody. So he's not. He knows how to protest. So he didn't back up from the police. He knows that the police can go around him, and this was an attempt to silence him, right?
Yeah.
And he didn't back up. He knows that I have the TV there. If they escalate it, then that's a very negative for the police itself. And the policeman backed up. He eventually let him finish the interview. Yeah, back down.
Well, what interview? The counter protesters are too scared. They're just too scared to even speak. Like, what the hell? Oh, this is so pathetic. I am glad we're covering this. How weak. At least in Ukraine, the counter protesters had all the signs and stuff.
Back to this Ukrainian Nazi Ehrlich comment.
Oh, it's Vladimir. It's Vladimir.
Yes, so Vladimir. Yes, Orbán Viktor maintained a two-third with way less voters than the two-third. Okay, way less, and that's it's he with the minority votes he made it. But in 2006 he really won with majority, not because people were for Orbán Viktor, but people were for change, and we know during that time he was also anti-Russian.
Yeah.
He became a weak man. He's a fat old pig.
That old part. Apparently, in Kyiv also there were not many counter-protesters, and it was also very pathetic. So.
Yeah. Then there you go. There you go. But here the state absolutely did everything to disencourage, and I really respect Karácsony Gergely to do this, to back it up, and a lot of others. A lot of my old friends, old people I know, they were telling, I never liked Pride, I never went out to Pride, but I need to go out today.
So many cameras.
Nehezen tudom megmondani, hogy pontosan mi zajlik, kedves nézőink, de a lényeg az, hogy itt most már a felvonulók tömege megérkezett a Gellért tér sarkához, amire
this is the Gellért hill.
rendőrök egy csoportja kirohant az úttestre, és úgy tűnt, mintha kifejezetten kordont szeretnének állni, de végül nem ez történt, hanem valakit, mint hogyha kiemeltek volna a tömegből.
We might be one of the only English-speaking channels covering this, by the way.
Probably, yeah.
Tehát egy ellentüntetőt emeltek ki a tömegből,
I wish Katie Montgomery will cover it, I hope, because she did talk a couple of times of Hungarian LGBTQ issues.
Peach? Peach?
Katie Montgomery.
Ah, Katie Montgomery. I just remembered about my friend from Hungary. Peach.
Damn it! Okay, this is in Gellert Hill, close to Gellert Hill. They say that the people are still in Astoria, which is in west side.
Can you repeat? You were breaking up a bit.
Am I?
A bit. Yeah. Can you repeat?
Am I good now with?
Yeah, really good.
Yeah. So he started talking that the crowd. Okay, this is in Budapest side in Gellert Hill. And people are telling that there are people still in Pest side in Astoria Square. And Astoria Square is not even immediately next to the bridge.
Okay, so it's a huge crowd.
Massive crowd.
I wonder how many people came. I wonder if it's possible to get a number of how many people
I mean, there will
went
be a
to
number fighting about this soon in media. I will tell later, but this is a massive. So maybe we can see in a map. If we pull up a Budapest map, I can. If this is true, by the way, I have no way to verify if they are still in Astoria Square, right? But if we open up a Budapest map, and write down Astoria Square.
Wait, Google Maps. Let's go to. Which bridge are?
Erzsébet, that's the bridge. That's
okay, so we are here.
That one.
Where is the
Astoria,
square?
Astoria.
Oh, there you go. Here.
Astoria.
Yeah.
And people still there by reaching the.
And there are people that are already here.
Gellert Hill, right?
That's like.
That amount of that's a massive.
Yeah.
Duna is a very, very wide river. Okay.
Yeah.
That's a massive amount of people.
Wow, it's a massive.
I don't think so that there were ever such a big pride in Hungary ever.
The biggest pride in history, and we are covering it live.
Yeah.
Maybe I should change the title. Maybe I should change the title to reflect that.
I think this is probably copyrighted music.
That ship has sailed.
Okay.
I feel like that
ship
I feel like the stream is already demonetized.
I love to see them dancing as well. Yeah, nice. Oh, I wish I would be younger and I would be there. I wish that.
If somebody would like to donate to offset the fact that the stream is now demonetized, feel free. lucyhaza.org/live. Also, Donald Trump should see this and be ashamed of himself. Donald Trump would never be ashamed of anything. How silly.
I mean, Donald Trump seen exactly this kind of stuff with the LA riot. Did Donald Trump even flinch or something? No. He's a stupid man. By the way, he's a more stupider politician in my opinion than Orbán Viktor. So Orbán Viktor is getting weak. He's getting losing his own myth in several reasons, and that's why the opposition party getting strong. But yeah, I mean, he's still cleverer not to send the military in, right?
Right.
Bloody Trump sent in the military of a largely peaceful protest.
Well, listen, but hey, listen. Trump is consistent. Trump has been spewing the same crap even when he was young as he does now.
Yeah, he might not turn as much as Orbán Viktor, right? Orbán Viktor
He's been spewing the exact same arguments when in the 80s.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure if it's a compliment necessarily to Trump.
No, it's not. It's probably tells about his stupidity as well.
Lehet, hogy kevesebben ismeritek, Lady Dumperként valószínűleg többen, de ő most Petróci Zoltánként van itt, hiszen civil minőségében akarja kifejezni együttérzését, vagy egyetértését és érintettségét a Pride-dal, tehát ezt mondja elő maga. Szervusz, köszöntelek az adásban.
What is this guy saying?
He's talking about he's a LGBTQ activist. So he's a celebrity.
He might be arrested, actually.
No. They won't do it. Nobody will be arrested, in my opinion. They can't afford it. Politically, they can't afford it. It will escalate the situation.
So they could afford the sort of high status people and just leave the rest.
Yes, but even with that would mean that the news are more attentive, right? So so I think in fact probably it's easier to arrest some of the unseen, not organizer who is not celebrities. That's always easier to target, and then you can crash organizations as well. But if you target the celebrities, let's just draw attention. That's not a good political reaction. If you want to silence, you need to target the unseen organizers.
They should do the Asmongold solution. Just arrest every fifth protester for 5 years.
Yeah, who will be in prisons? He's such a stupid man. Oh my god, he's such a stupid man.
I mean, Viktor Orbán didn't order to bomb another country's nuclear sites just because he's friends with neighboring country. That because his friends from the neighboring country told him how great he is. Oh my god!
I haven't read it. Very sad.
Basically, what did you get? Did you get that? Did you hear that? Carasso?
Yeah. I mean, Trump is okay, but they kind of planned this kind of bombing for a long. They even developed that bomb specifically for that. So if you can't say that it's only Trump who would support it. There is a political elite there and in both parties.
I mean, technically speaking, without Trump, there would still be possibly an Obama deal in place. So.
Yes, but that doesn't mean that you don't have a highly anti-Muslim. You just see the election of the Muslim mayor, potentially mayor, right? Because it's not like mayor, but won the Democratic pre-elections.
Primary, yeah.
The primary in New York, right? And even some of the Democrats would get
like a progressive is doing well in politics.
Yeah. This is the way forward. You need to stand solidarity to people, right? So you can't. There is no backwards, and I hope that it will change a little bit of this Gulyás Gergely attitude towards the trans people. Okay, he's not talking too much about it, but one of his employee, she was absolutely putting out turf shit into that channel. And he kind of protected, and he's telling that I agree with that. But he himself is not made any content to attack trans people, at least. Yeah, I'm not a fan how they cover trans issues.
Well, trans issues are rarely covered well, unfortunately. That's the global reality.
I mean, they had Okay, and this is socialists need to hear this. Okay, there was a debate between a Catholic theologian woman, okay, studying in Graz, who protected LGBTQ rights out of from her conviction of religion against the so-called leftist economists who were arguing against trans people because we need to maintain the segregation, otherwise we don't have good data. That was her argument, the leftist argument. And the religious person were protecting trans rights. By the way, she was absolutely very active in social media and encouraging people to go there, attacking people, go to public, even that she herself were targeted by the far right because they wanted to silence her before the and she absolutely very positively protected trans people all the way around to the this event. And we didn't know that it will be such a great. We kind of expected it, but no. So she's risked her own life even with that.
Yeah.
Én szerintem nem, nyilván megosztott a társadalom ebbe, vagy mi magunk is megosztottak vagyunk ebbe.
Well, I guess there's not gonna be a clash with the protesters. There was
They were
no clash.
they were actually talking about it. That can we expect that that couple of few dozen people will attack now the pride protesters?
There was also
And they were
no
talking
clash with the anti-protesters in Kiev, by the way.
and they were talking kind of that nobody is that probably not all of the people here out there agree about all of these issues about LGBTQ people, but they agree with something, right? That you shouldn't ban the pride. You shouldn't ban protest, right?
Right. Yeah.
De azt gondolom, hogy annyi baja és nyugi van ennek az országnak, hogy ha hatalomra kerülés elkezd dolgozni, akkor ez nem lesz az első százban benne.
Akkor más kérdezek, szerintem mit remélhetnek a melegek egy esetleges Tisza kormánytól?
This one little pride event is turning into a giant anti-Orban protest in a way.
Yeah. I mean, he was stupid to ask it. And you remember that I was talking how the public consultation works in Hungary? This kind of polling question we were reading together out of not here but
Wow.
offline.
The LGBT Alliance
the
blamed.
Ukrainian.
Yeah.
You remember the Ukrainian questionnaire we were reading together?
Yeah.
What kind of rubbish they told about how Ukraine will endanger Hungarian public health safety because they have different kind of vaccination. This kind of public stupid questions, right?
Yeah.
And you obviously won't answer that. All right, I'm supporting to have a pandemic. You can't answer that. So they phrase the question that you have to say, yes, I'm supporting Ukraine not to be in EU, and because otherwise we will have pandemic. Or you just don't care. Most of the people didn't care to send it back. Same about the Pride questionnaire, what they sent out. Most of the people didn't care to feel it normally. There was even people who cared to feel it in a way that is incoherent, so they had to count it as a legal vote, but as an invalid legal vote.
Right.
And there was no solution, no ending because it didn't hit the number of agreeable votes, agreeable people who sent it back. So people doesn't necessarily support his own anti-LGBTQ agenda. They were thinking that it's a winning strategy. It wasn't. The person who was head of this anti-LGBTQ, that was the old head of the state, president, that woman who lost his position because he was pardoning a child abuser, a real pedophile.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mostly softer. The LGBT Alliance blamed trans people for the suppression of Budapest Pride. I didn't know Viktor Orban was trans.
Yeah. It's, okay, they have no idea about Hungarian politics at all. Okay, they have no idea. Come on. is this looking like that people are not going out? So it's like, what the hell the LGBT
Maybe this is the
alliance
suppressed version. Maybe if it wasn't
Yes.
suppressed, maybe there'd be a lot more people. Have you considered that?
Okay.
Maybe have you considered that this is the suppressed version? If it weren't
There
for
was
trans
two,
people, there would be millions people on the street.
there was 2000 when the Pride was so dangerous because so few people went out that the far right was really there to get you. Okay, that was in 2000 sometimes the right. So come on, don't pretend like you cared about the Hungarian Pride.
Oh my God, there
And
are
now
kids
you,
here. I'm shocked and appalled. Viktor Orbán should do something about this. Look at them kids in the...
yeah, he should turn Budapest into an open-ended prison like in Gaza.
True.
This time because you don't have enough prison anyway. You can't build as many prisons, so all of the Budapest should be walled around and occasionally bombed.
Viktor Orbán is she/her, Monkas?
No. Orban is not a transgender. Okay, Orban is a trans species. He turned into a pig.
Oh
Okay?
my gosh. Pigs are actually
A fat pig.
very cute and clean animals. So, oh wow, they even had the gay kiss. Good morning, Inkub. I mean, it's almost 5. It's 5 a. It's 5 p.m. for me, but good morning. Children outside, unacceptable. True, which is sort of kind of strangely the case in Berlin in the 70s. That children being outside was actually unacceptable, which was part of the...
This reading Freedom and Love. This is a famous Hungarian poems about one of the poet from 1848 had the famous poem about wanting to have freedom and love. And this is 19th century, right?
Yeah.
19th century revolution, and this is about reference to that. This is every single person read of this, learn about this
Look,
poem
they're
in school.
watching. I saw someone wear that parody mask of Orban, made like be made like a queer person. Someone's wearing it.
And that's the Budapest turned into a pride flag. The Budapest flag of the symbol of the Budapest itself.
Look at the title of my stream. It literally says that I'm covering the biggest pride event in the history of Hungary live. Didn't the title update of the stream? Covering biggest pride march in Hungarian history live. Also, if anybody would like to support my journey to Ukraine, why not comment lucyhaza.org/live. I'm waiting for your support. I believe that I'm the only streamer in this space, quote unquote, that is covering this, and especially live. So, and with a professional translator as well.
We are stealing partisans stream.
Okay. Yeah, but they're not translating it into English for anybody.
Yeah, they not. Sadly, they have such some of their content are such good. Like they did a really excellent information about the Roma people in the socialist time.
Like they could have easily given English subtitles to their interview with the mayor, etc. They didn't do it, so we did it. We made this content accessible to Western audiences as the only streamer. Okay?
I agree.
So I think this deserves a recognition. Thank you, Screen Watcher. What a marathon. I've streamed last night and I still haven't slept yet, by the way.
Alright, I'm probably going off.
You're going off? What about the Pride event? I'm losing my translator?
I don't have the constitution for it. I'm not a streamer. I cannot do this for too long.
I see.
We know now that it's probably, it's probably will be all right. If there is something else, I will jump in. You write me, but I'm
Okay.
out of constitution at the moment.
All right.
Okay.
I'm gonna go to the
Be
toilet real
good.
quick, and I'll be right back.
Okay, I will stay until then.
Right, I'll be right back then.
Yeah, you're welcome, Screen Watcher, and good night.
Köszöntök én is mindenkit. Itt vagyunk a Műegyetem rakparton. Itt van mellettünk a színpad, ahol hamarosan kezdetét veszi majd a műsor. Most már egyébként közeledik a tömeg.
So there will be an organized event now with a stage, talks.
Megérkezett a színpadhoz. És itt van velem Kovalcsik Ildikó Lilu, aki az este egyik konferenciéja lesz. Szia Lilu, köszönjük, hogy megkérdezhetünk pár
And this woman is the host of the main event. She kind of was a celebrity in early 2000s, TV show host.
Nézd már körül, hogy így tehát hogy mindenki itt van. Tehát hogy én nem gondolom, hogy ez most nem egy civil kiállás. Nézd csak! És szerintem ez a kislány teljesen épp lelki állapotban fog hazatérni szerető családjával. Jó, hát ez egy
And she's talking about how that little child will go home without any serious harm by the LGBTQ folks. And talking about how important to stand for the protest rights. And this is not endangering no one.
Annak az ellenkezőjét itt mi, illetve ez a nagy tömeg megvalósítja most. Tehát, hogy ennél békésebb, szeretetteljesebb, nyugodtabb tömeget nem tudok elképzelni. Tehát, hogy mindenki mosolyog, mindenki kedves, mindenki integet. Én nem látom, hogy ez olyan rettenetesen káros lenne, bár csak több ilyen dolog lenne a világon. Mindenki jobban lenne.
Most nagy hatású és nagy előrősű közszereplőként kiálltál a Pride mellett, és te leszel a konferenciéja. Milyen visszajelzések érkeztek ezzel kapcsolatban, mennyire lepődtek meg ezen aktuális esetben követőid, ismerőseid, és mennyire érzed az...
Hello. Most streamers I see usually have more viewers than likes. Lucy is the only one that's consistently the other way around. I think that says something about her audience. What does it say?
That even if we might not able to stay for all of the streams, that people support you. That's what it says, I believe. Okay, I need to go.
Okay.
I explained that she will be one of the hosts, and now there will be organized event and speeches. We might cover it next time, okay? The speeches. I might even prepare for who talk, what, because this was a kind of unprepared in a sense. So I just
Yeah.
jumped in.
Well,
But
it's a live event, so.
I'm out of constitution, so I need to have a rest.
Okay. Well, thank you
Okay,
for.
be good.
Thank you for translating.
Okay.
How many
Bye bye.
people are on the street? A lot. I don't have a number for you, unfortunately.
Yeah, you can show the map again if somebody is asking that how big was it. And you
Right.
can check it even that how long. You know the
So
Astoria and the
here
Gellért.
you have people still here, and then you have people probably somewhere already around here.
Yeah, that was in one point, so that means a massive amount of people.
Yeah,
Actually,
there's a lot of
it's
people
really
here.
massive amount. It's very big.
There's tons of people.
I would even say that probably the biggest pride in the region at the moment.
Yeah, yeah,
However,
yeah.
it might be.
It's like the biggest anti-government protest in a while.
Yeah. Yeah, and
Peaceful,
it's triggered
by
by
the
the
way.
pride.
The biggest peaceful anti-government protest, mind you.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, Orban knows that he can't he can't
A couple
let
of
it to turn
thousands.
into
I mean, a couple of thousands is a huge understatement.
couple
I
of
would say that it's
10,000.
like, or at least over
Couple of
100,000, I think.
Yes, probably over 100,000. A couple of 10,000s for
Yeah,
definitely.
yeah, yeah, I think so.
Probably over 100.
Yeah, I think so, easily.
Budapest population is 2 million, little bit less than 2 million, 1.9
It's
million.
yeah. I went
So
to some big events and yeah.
this is massive. The Duna River is not small. It's one
Yeah.
of the biggest river in Europe.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
very wide. It's a
You could
very
see
wide
it when
river.
they were passing the bridge. That
This
it's
is
a big
this
bridge.
is the bridge in the map, right? And almost twice as or 1.5 as long to Astoria Square.
Mhm.
And people were still in Astoria Square. That was what the accounts told when they reached the end of the bridge, the Gellért. So it's massive. It's really massive.
át kell adni, és empatikusan, hogy ne idegesítő, hanem megértő.
Akkor haza kell menni ma, és kell élni az életüket. Most tényleg nem kell ide jönni idegeskedni, mert ma tudták, hogy ez lesz, sejthették, úgyhogy...
I like her. She's telling that if you don't like the pride, if you hate it, you don't need to come here. You can live your life at home peacefully.
Yeah. Keep your
Yeah,
bigotry.
you
Keep your
don't need to
bigotry
be
at home.
upset. You don't need to be upset. You don't need to come out and express your rage against. It's harming no one. But
Hmm.
this is, I think this is strong. Yeah, I'm very happy. Okay.
Okay. I'll
Good
see you.
luck with the rest of the stream. I need to rest my back.
Okay. Okay, I'll see you.
Bye bye.
I might have to finish at some point stream. We've been streaming for like, oh my gosh, how long have we been streaming?
Yeah, you've been streaming long as well. I had even had a nap between. Okay, good luck. Okay, look after yourself. See you.
A menetet már eddig is közvetítettük, de
Sure.
amikor a színpadon a beszédek elhangzanak, mindegyiket fogjuk közvetíteni, és most egy kicsit megnézzük, hogy mi is a helyzet a színpad előtt. Most már rengetegen vannak itt, egy DJ szórakoztatja a jelenlévőket egyelőre. Sajnos nem tudom a nevét, nem vagyok eléggé képben a DJ-kkel, de itt az első sorokban tapsikolnak emberek, úgyhogy egy ilyen buli hangulat van, legalábbis a színpad előtt. És ha jól látom,
Story behind this is so interesting to me.
úgyhogy a rakpart elég hátsó részén is lesz közvetítés a színpadon történtekről.
I don't think anything's gonna happen. I don't think the counter-protest, there's like 10 people max, and they're all such pussies, they were afraid to say anything to the TV guy. Pathetic. What a coward do you have to be to have the whole government supporting you and you're still afraid to talk to the media, you're still hiding behind a transparent. Why did this protest happen? Was it planned for a while, or is it a spontaneous thing? So it's a planned pride. Basically, Orbán's regime made pride marches illegal. Okay, there was a planned pride march in Budapest, and the mayor of Budapest invited people to come. And a lot of people decided that if pride is now illegal, they will come to protest against the banning of pride. And this is how this sort of big crowd gathered, because a lot of them said that they never liked pride and they never attended pride, but they're against banning it, so they are here to protest against the banning of pride. And this is how the banning of pride massively backfired against Viktor Orbán's regime, it seems. And this is where we are now. 14 Nazis and they're too afraid to talk to the camera. Pathetic. Truly pathetic.
Az, hogy ők ezt titokban tartották eredetileg ezt az útzárat, mert egy útzárat csináltak, úgy zárták le az izét, és vonulni akartak fel alá a Gellért rakparton, de ezt a rendőrség nem engedélyezte nekik, míg általa aberrált deviánsok menetének nevezett Pride felvonulást végül engedték, tehát egyértelmű, hogy egyedül...
It seems that a lot of things Orbán does backfires. Yeah, it does seem that way.
Ez volt a főüzenete, és hogy feljelentik a rendőrséget ezért.
De akkor megszólalt, mert én egyébként sem a Budaházit nem tudtam szóra bírni, ő elhajtott, illetve az ellentüntetők a Gellért téren szintén Molinóba burkolóztak.
Interestingly enough.
Azzal takarták ki magukat, de egy szót nem voltak hajlandóak szólni.
Na hát mi az a Novák előtt szerencsére kész volt. Felvetettem neki, hogy nem ugyanaz, nem ugyanaz a helyzet, mint Hatházi Ákosnak, amit felszoktak hánytorgatni, hiszen tényleg körülbelül 80 ember zárta le ott a Szabadsághídon a forgalmat, nem telt meg, és hát ezzel azért hallottunk kritikákat. Szerinte ez nem ugyanaz, ez egyértelművé vált. De a menetben milyen volt a hangulat, Marci?
Ugye válaszolt, nem fordítom vissza a kérdést, csak ez engem tényleg érdekel. Tehát hogyan értékelte azt az ellentmondást, hogy ő a társadalmi többségre hivatkozva lép föl, elvileg annak a nevében, ami látványosan nem áll mögötte, hanem hát a...
Yeah, I noticed that. I noticed that the police is, but I still think that it's because the smaller crowd is just easier to handle. But it does end up being that way. Counter-protesters are being more managed than... Yeah, it is. It's I find it interesting.
Voltam Kárpátia koncerten, azt szeretném elmondani, abból nem lett anyag. Augusztus 20-án Tiszavasváriban, ahol személyesen megszólított minket a Kárpátia zenekar a színpadról, a édesanyánkat mindenféle kontextusban emlegetve, nem sikerült a társadalmi közeledés. Na jó, most kérdez.
So Pride is illegal, but the cops are too scared to do anything about it? It's not exactly like that. It's not like that the cops are too afraid to do anything about it. In fact, the cops were instructed by Orbán not to do anything about it. Like, Orbán instructed the cops to just maybe tell the protesters that they should go home. And then said, we are all adults, you must understand that you can come to the Pride if you want, it's illegal, and you must understand that you will face consequences, legal consequences later. That is basically what the Orbán line was when he was talking about this event. He said, we are a civilized country, so no harm will come to you during the event itself if you choose to break the law and come. Maybe if there were like 100k people in the street illegally. I mean, you know. The banning of Pride has backfired. seems like if Orban decides to arrest everyone, it's going to overflow and paralyze Hungary's incarceration system. True. Which would be pretty funny in its own right, but I doubt it'll happen. But for the protesters, the more they are, the harder it is for Orban to prosecute them. That is true. That is true. That's already overflown, by the way. That's brilliant. Brilliant. I did not expect to be covering Hungarian Pride Live. I didn't even know that it was happening today. So as I told Lucy, the solution is to turn Budapest into Gaza, open-walled, open-air prison, bro. That is the only way. Well, wow, so many donations for the Pride March. Feel jealous. Hold up. There are some words that I can understand. Informacja is a pretty self-explanatory word.
Ami azt jelenti, hogy a rakparton végig, az Erzsébet hídon végig, és a Kiskörút vonatkozó szakaszán is végig kell lenni a menetnek, bár persze ez bizonyos helyeken szakadozhat.
And even maintain that he's actually upon the majority's will. The majority is out in the street. Bro. That's... He really screwed up with the pride thing. He really did. I don't think he expected this to happen, but it is what it is. Sometimes things just happen spontaneously, and you cannot control for that. For the spontaneity of pride events. I don't think you'll see. I'm not sure if I saw any kink related stuff like animal masks or any sort of kink coded outfits. Maybe they're just not on camera, but so far I have not seen any of that. Not giving Orban any excuse to crack down on them.
Itt, ha jól látom, a Refresher kamionja fordul be éppen, ahol szintén DJ-znek, úgyhogy most két DJ set megy párhuzamosan. Egy a színpadról, egy pedig a Refresher kamionjáról.
Yep. By the way, how do you like the thumbnail to this stream? Look, little kids, little babies. The horror of the Pride March. Wow. What a packed event. It's quite nice. Yeah, it does look quite nice. It does look like a nice event. Oh, I mean the thumb. Yeah. Sorry. Thank you. Yeah, I drew it before the stream to have a hand-drawn thumbnail. I try to have hand-drawn thumbnails for the streams, but I don't always have time to prepare them. But when for example, when I listen to do something that requires me to a note to take, you can see it's normal people, the average citizen, if you will. Meanwhile, far-right protesters are nearly exclusively men. Yeah, cowardly men, I would add. And it reminds me of a better quality Code Lyoko style. What is Code Lyoko? Sorry? A French animated series. Oh, interesting. I see. Interesting. Kind of look odd on the proportion, but it just looks like a fixed version. Thank you. I drew this based on a photograph. I assume that we're receiving some sort of a pep talk now. How great everything is. Interestingly enough, this looks like a very family-friendly event, which is in stark contrast with the justification of banning the event to begin with, to protect children. It looks like if they would say that this is just a gathering to promote some family thing, I would probably believe it. not, you know.
Ne számoljunk, csak örüljünk egymásnak, és élvezzük ki ezt a csodálatos napot.
Like it does look like some like family time gathering, or just a political rally, alternatively. Makes sense why your proportions are looking way better. LOL. I didn't trace the photo, by the way. I looked at it, just so it's clear. I don't trace. I look at the what the thing that is my, you know. Yeah. I use reference that I look at. Yeah, she was talking about just be happy and friendly to each other. Oh, sorry. I just said it just in case. I didn't think you thought so. Okay, I might have to go soon because I have to meet someone outside and then I have some more work to do here. So I have to go out, gather something, come back home. I will have to turn all these things. I have to prepare segments from before, from tonight, and then from today. And then I have to do some possibly script writing for the fighting against Empire. Yeah. There's a lot to do. We will cover later on what's going on. Yeah. I have to chase some people that are trying to once again avoid me like fire, ignoring me. Amazing. Life is amazing. Right. I'm gonna finish now. Thank you. This was a beautiful stream and beautiful coverage of a Pride event. A good thing that I've done at least one of those during Pride Month, huh? Pride Month is ending and I've covered at least one Pride related event. Again, as the only streamer. I don't think anybody else covered this. Yeah. So this is exclusive material for an exclusive crowd, people that have decided to watch the stream. Yeah. Thank you very much. And I'm gonna probably raid you into... Oh, we'll see who's live. Let me see. Mercado Gaming, why not? Why the hell not? You'll be able to see some Death Stranding too. There you go. From Pride March to Death Stranding 2. I'll see you. See you later. Maybe I'll stream at night as well, again, to gather some funding. I'll cover some political topics then. We'll see. Okay. Because I need to gather more. Okay. Okay, I'll see you. Bye-bye.